See, I think you first, you're first.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Is
that Mr. King?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Yeah, Member Berry, good morning.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
State your name and NMIC number for the record.
Thomas King, 447096.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thomas King in the number 447096. He is serving a sentence of 2 years and 6 months for possession of intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the date of March 22nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offenders. Mr. King has completed voices in tier 2. He's in the chain unit, holds a variety of tickets in the unit, runs the program NA and beyond, is an elder in the chain unit, and is currently participating in the addiction lifestyle and has continued to complete programs in the chain unit. He's on the wait list for a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. King.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm well aware that parole is a privilege. Now let me start. Change. Choosing honesty allows new growth experiences. I first want to take full responsibility for my actions. I now realize that I hurt a lot of people, not only in my family, but also within my community. Using drugs and being an addict was a huge part of my previous ways, but I can't use that as an excuse. I messed up pretty good, period. Now I have to live with the guilt that my choices have created. And without coming here, I may have never got the help that I needed. I'm grateful for the first time in my life I am in recovery. With that being said, I chose to use this time for good by working on my recovery and helping others with their own. I enrolled into an intensive addiction services unit, which gave me a deep understanding of how wrong I was living and how my actions affected my community. This had a significant impact on me, and I took it seriously. The leaders of the unit asked me to become an elder, which is a leadership role in the community. This helped me learn more about myself. This showed me how destructive addiction is and gave me a new purpose. This new purpose is to help those that struggle with addiction and become a positive role model in the communities. I'm looking forward to continuing for my own rehabilitation by going to therapy and keeping sober people around me. Being an elder in a change unit helped me find myself and who and what I want to stand for. I came to the conclusion that I'm going to be a part of the problem or part of the solution. I'm part of the solution. I can help lots of people with my experience. Helping others actually helps me. Today I have a future. Giving this gift away is the only way we keep it. Just as important as staying clean is becoming a father to my first child, a 6-month-old girl, a husband to her mother, and a son to my parents. Between my family and NA meetings, I look forward to being surrounded by that. Now I'm not only ready, I'm prepared.
Okay, Mr. King. Well, thank you for taking the time to write that statement. We certainly appreciate it. Each of us are going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we're done, we will deliberate and give your answer. So Ms.
Thank you.
Berry will begin with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. King, I appreciate your taking time out to write your statement down so that you can convey to the board all the things that you would like us to know. I'm also happy that you've been able to participate in a number of positive programs. Sounds as if you really benefited from participating in those programs. I was also happy to hear you reflect on the way that your behaviors has impacted the community, because you are, in fact, a part of that cycle of addiction. You know, when you're selling this poison out to our communities, you're taking fathers away from their children and their wives and you know, and mothers and somebody's daughter. And I mean, it's just a ripple effect. So I appreciate your insight on that. One of the things that I read in your file was that you were using marijuana. Is that right?
I was using marijuana. I was taking certain pills on the streets.
What pills?
Pills as Xanax rather, ecstasy.
Okay. But you were selling crack cocaine.
Yes, I was. I was selling crack cocaine. Sometimes I will make an exchange. I had no ways to get pills. Like I couldn't just go to the doctors and ask for pills. So I was finding them on the streets, and we'll make
Are you telling us that, Mr. King, because we think that that's something that we want to hear, that's going to explain why you were selling drugs, or are you truly an addict?
No, I was taking pills, but also I was receiving cash as well. No matter which way I was doing it, I feel it was wrong. This is not an excuse. And honestly, like looking back on it, it was a terrible thing to do. It's not right.
Because I understand what you're saying, that you're remorseful for your action, but you don't have to sit here before us and say that you were addicted to Xanax and E-pills, and that's why you were selling drugs, when there are actually people out there who are really addicted to drugs, who are selling drugs so that they can get their next fix. And Xanax and E-pills, while I understand that they can be addictive, and sometimes, you know, people say, well, if I say I'm an addict, I'll have more sympathy. They'll have more sympathy for me. But that's not the case here. We see people also come in and sell drugs simply for their own selfish financial gain. And it's okay to say that. But again, I hear the insight that you had since you've been in the facility and have participated in the program, that you're able to clearly see now how you keep this cycle of addiction going. So I'm going to ask you again about your substance of choice, because I know that you were caught in marijuana in New York with marijuana. So if you want to speak now, you're more than welcome to.
Yes, as I was stated before, I was on marijuana, and I really was taking pills. It first started for when I had a tooth problem, and I started with Percocets just to cause the pain, just to help the pain. And then once I couldn't get no more Percocets, I went on to the next pill, and I just found myself having addiction out of nowhere. And like I said, there's no excuse either way. It was wrong. It's selling drugs is not right for humanity. It's a disgraceful thing. It's a lazy man's way of living. I don't support that. By no means necessary.
I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad that you were able to recognize that you were becoming addicted to the pills, and that you were doing anything that you could to obtain those. So why weren't you working, Mr. King?
I've been volunteering for the Tierman job.
No, not in the facility. I'm saying when you were out in the community. Why weren't you working?
I was being selfish. I was just being selfish. I wasn't using my brain. I was afraid to ask for help. Sitting back now, realizing I have all the help in the world. All I had to do was ask a family member, ask a mentor. I sit back and reflect on these things every day. Like, it was just so simple. Why couldn't I just do this simple thing?
I know. I think that, it's difficult to ask people for help. We first try to help ourselves, and unfortunately, that may lead to making poor decisions such as yours. But now that you understand that my family's here and I can be vulnerable and I can ask for help and they're willing to help me, I think that that's part of maturation. That shows that you're starting to understand how things work. And even if you say I need help and they say no, then you have to figure out a plan B. But you understand that they're still there for you to go to and ask for help. I reviewed your file and it appears that you do have some place to go when you're released from the facility. You certainly have participated in a number of positive programs. You rate out low. You have not received any disciplinary infractions. This is your second criminal conviction. And aside from the one in New York, and that you're still on that probation, right? That's still running until 26?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, it's running concurrent and
Right.
yes.
Right. So you have a job according to your paperwork. We received an employment letter. Your girlfriend is willing to sponsor you, and I think that you've done all that you could do. We did receive several letters of support on your behalf. We did read that you had a baby while you were in prison. She was 5 months old when the disc was completed. Now she's 6 months old. So congratulations to you. And hopefully this will motivate you to stay out of trouble and make better decisions. After reviewing your file here today with the fact that I don't think you have any supervision to follow this sentence, do you?
No.
No?
Just the one in New York.
And do you have any supervision to follow the sentence?
This sentence,
Yes, that you're currently serving time for.
no, I think once I have released, I'll still be on parole, I guess, till my EOS
No,
date.
you'll still be on your New York probation, yes.
Yeah,
So
I'll
you
still be on my
need
New
to-
York probation.
Should you be granted parole today, you'll be under dual supervision. But the difference
Yes.
between probation and parole is that parole authorities have arresting powers. Well, should you think that you're going to return to Waterbury, your girlfriend and your new daughter, and sell drugs, you will be right back in prison.
Yeah, that would be the most stupidest thing ever. Excuse my language.
That's okay.
I don't ever see myself being back in this position. Although I'm grateful for this experience, I realize like things could be way more simple. I'm mad. I'm kind of angry that it took me this experience to learn and actually put myself back on track. But I'll never want to be back in this position.
Mr. King, do you think the people that are in that prison with you there want to be there?
That's true.
Honestly, do you that? So that means that everybody in there is stupid.
No,
Okay.
you're
So,
right.
it's not about being stupid or smart. It's just about making better decisions. That's it. So, going forward, I just wanted you to be aware of the difference between parole and probation. I am willing to support your discretionary parole here today based on your limited criminal history and your performance while you've been in the facility and the program participation and you do rate out low. So to me, I do believe that you're suitable. So I am going to support.
Thank you.
But the good work, and I encourage you to continue working on yourself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. King, I just have one issue with you, because I agree with everything that Ms. Berry has said. So in your opening statement, you strictly talked about the fact that you're an addict and what you're an addict to and the programs that you've taken and how you're a changed person. But in reality, you never acknowledged that you were selling drugs. Why didn't you think you needed to acknowledge that?
I apologize for not mentioning that, but I reflect on it every day, and I feel like addiction is addiction. Being addicted to pills, being addicted to the fast money, being just I was just caught. I don't know, honestly felt like it was kind of, I don't want to say self-explanatory. I just looked at it as a whole. I was doing something wrong, and I was selling
Right.
drugs.
Right. But saying you're addicted to the lifestyle has to do with selling drugs.
That's true.
Right.
That's
So, you know, I appreciate everything that you said. I was just concerned about that, especially since your charge in New York is similar to what you're serving time for now. And, you know, in order to move forward, which you're obviously prepared to do, you have to acknowledge that selling drugs was wrong and that you can do better.
I agree.
Yeah. And I know when they arrested you, you weren't working, but you previously had jobs.
Yes.
One of the things that you said that you want to do is to complete your OSHA training and get your
Yes.
flagger's license. So
Yes.
if that's important to you, then you have to stop selling drugs.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to it. I also have planned, while taking my OSHA, I want to take my commercial real estate license, and I want to enroll back in a school and do some physical therapy. I have so many plans upon release, like so many. I also want to work with some nonprofits before starting my own. I plan to go to NA. I plan to help in the community, whether it's helping in the soup kitchen, whether it's helping in the sober house, NA meetings. I'm looking forward into starting my own youth mentoring. I feel that I owe it not only to myself, but to the communities and to the victims I cause pain to. I just have so many things, and I've written down long-term goals. I've written down short-term goals. I even written down day-to-day goals.
Yeah. Well, you know, Mr. King, I am glad to hear that you want to give back to your community, and I certainly appreciate that. So the last thing I'm going to say to you is that you need to walk the talk. You know what I mean by that?
Yes. Yes.
You need to do what you say you're going to do. Okay?
Absolutely.
So good luck. I'm all set. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Szyzowskis.
Hi, good morning, Mr. King.
Good morning, sir.
I really don't have any questions. My colleagues have asked them all. The only thing I wanted to say is that you've done well at this hearing, and with your opening statement and the things that you've been doing all along while incarcerated, prepare for this and to be ready to answer our questions. Not all the people that we see in front of us are as prepared as you are and have done as well. So I'm just going to ask that if you come in contact, I know you're an elder and you've done other things too, but if you come in contact with other people, that you just try to use what you've done here to try to guide other people to do the same thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even when you're out, if you happen to come across people that have gotten caught up in a situation, you know, you have some valuable information to provide to people. People don't normally come to us with no disciplinary reports, with all these programs, and then able to come on here and get a statement and articulate the things they want to do, where they want to live. You've answered all of the questions and checked all the boxes. So, you know, as a way to give back for the things that you've done, I'm going to ask that if you come across people that need that kind of assistance, you know, you have this knowledge of what to do, that you provide that to them. Okay.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
Okay. That's all I have today, sir. I'm going to turn it back over to the chairperson.
Okay. So we are going to deliberate, Mr. King, so you can listen but not say anything. Okay?
Okay.
Spare.
Madam Chair, I think that I stated my position on Mr. King's discretionary parole. I would support him based on his being a low risk to recidivate, and sure they're in the facility, no disciplinary infractions, and the number of programs that he has completed since he's been there. And as well, this is his second criminal conviction in Connecticut. The first one, he just received a non-conditional discharge, so I would support his discretion of parole.
Okay. I just had, no consumption of alcohol because he was drinking right up until his arrest. You didn't?
I just had standard.
Did you?
I just had alcohol. That's the only thing I had.
Yeah, that's what I,
Yes.
are you okay with that? Okay. In the case of Thomas King Jr., inmate number 447096, motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 21st, 2025 with,
I think the date was 22nd.
20. I thought you said 21. Okay. On or after March 22nd, 2025, with standard parole conditions and in addition, no consumption of alcohol. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion granted. Good luck, Mr. King.
Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Mr. Thomas King and the number 447096. Mr. King, you're all set.
All right,
Send
thank
the
you.
next person.
Okay.
I thought you originally said the 21st.
I wrote down 22nd because I had the 27th. And so he got the 5 days of, because it's the beginning of the round.
Oh,
I had the 23rd, but that was the last day I looked at it. They probably moved it up one day. So.
Good morning.
who is that?
This looks like Schuler. This looks like Schuler, right?
This is me.
One moment.
Smiles.
How you doing this morning?
Good, thank you. Just hold on 1 second. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and this is the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Panel Member Berry, good morning.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jimmy Lee Schuler, 205224.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for James Schuler, inmate number 205224. You're serving a sentence of 30 years, execution suspended after 20 years, with 5 years probation for 5 counts of robbery first and 2 counts of robbery third. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of April 12, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Mr. Schuler has been employed with Pursuit Aerospace for 20 months. He has completed Help Him Recover, Start Now, My Foundation, Emotions, My Relationships, and My Future, Integration Unit, America's Vet Dog Program, Thinking for a Change, Domestic Violence, Voices, Tier 2, Second Chance Pal, Alternatives to Violence, Basic and Advanced, Change Peer Mentorship Program, C-Card, Men in Recovery Aftercare, Reiki 1, Skills of Socialization, and Imprisonment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Schuler.
All right, good morning. I would first like to thank the parole board for taking the time to hear my case for consideration for parole. I'm grateful and have looked forward to this day for quite some time. I would like to take this time to offer my most sincere apology to the various specific victims and establishment of my crimes, which have caused us to be here today. I do understand that an apology will not completely repair or heal the damage that I caused on the specific days that I committed these crimes. It is my hope and prayer that it will allow closure for the various people who are impacted by my actions. As you know, I started coming to prison in 1991, and the sad truth about my life is that I've spent most of my life in some type of confinement. I'm not proud of this fact, And after much hard work on myself over the past nearly 17 years that I've spent in prison, I have learned that I've spent the vast majority of all that time caught up in victim stance, unwilling and at times unable to be completely honest with myself about the mess that I had made of my life. Upon returning to prison this time, I made a decision to commit myself to changing my life, to hold myself accountable for my actions, to stop blaming others in my unfortunate circumstances for my continued lack of maturity and poor choices. Once I arrived and started to serve this term in prison, I set about doing the difficult work of changing my life and my way of thinking, which led me to take several powerful and significantly impactful programs that have helped me to change my life to what it is today. I firstly signed up for the Alternative to Violence Project and the Imprison Group. These powerful self-reflection groups helped me to self-examine myself as to who I truly was as a person. They taught me through learning experiences to receive constructive feedback and to seek a nonviolent solution, and the power of building a community. I went on to become facilitator in those groups and teaching other inmates about these wonderful programs. I then signed up for and joined hospice, peer mentoring, and America's Vet Dog program. These programs taught me the endless blessing that comes with being of selfless service to other people without the expectation of anything in return that I have lacked throughout my life. I then signed up for and attended Pell Grant college classes that were offered, where I have earned 32 credits to date towards an associate's degree. There are also a number of other programs that I've taken that have contributed to who I've become today, that I'm truly grateful that I've had the opportunity to attend and learn from. Finally, I know in my heart that the most impactful and certainly the most rewarding programs that I've taken and I will continue to practice are the Narcotics Anonymous program and the CCAR program. In 2009, I wrote to a subcommittee of NA titled Writing Steps to Recovery, where I met and started writing to a wonderful man named Mr. Vernon Mitchell, who became my guide to writing the steps of Narcotics Anonymous. And over the years, he has since become my sponsor. I can be honest here today and know that I am an addict in recovery. This is the fact that you cannot give me the world to admit at any point prior to my current period of incarceration. Without the spiritual principles that I've learned while doing the difficult work that's required in this process of NA and CCAR, I would not have accomplished any of the things that I talked with you about today. There are not enough words to properly describe to you here today the way that my higher power has blessed and continues to bless my life through doing the important work of living by spiritual principles and being honest, open, and willing to continue to work on myself. In closing, I can with confidence say to you that I am a different man today than when I came into prison all those years ago. Through my hard work and by being consistent and living by some spiritual principles and being to hold myself accountable even when no one is looking, I am proud to say that I've earned the work furlough program at my current facility, where I've worked for close to 20 months now at aerospace company named Pursuit, where I've established myself as a reliable hard worker. There are a number of people from the company that I work for and several others as well who have shared with you their opinions and who I've become over all these years. I'm abundantly proud of this fact, as it has a reality I have never thought possible for my life. No matter the outcome of the day, I am forever proud of myself for having the courage to look at my life and making the commitment to do the necessary work to change my life forever, to become a better man today. I thank you for your time and for listening to my case today.
Well, Mr. Schuler, very impressive. I appreciate the time that you took to write that statement, because listening to you, I can tell it's truly a reflection of your journey, this incarceration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Now, how long did it take you to write that statement?
About a day and a half. I have been planning over the course of all these years as I started to take these programs and work on myself. So at various points over the years, it was always with the goal of being able to have this conversation, which I was here at the parole board in 2000. And I made parole that day, but I hadn't really worked on myself at all on my 4 previous trips. So it took about a day and a half to write this. I just needed to take the various sections that I'd scribbled over the years and just type them out.
Well, you know, just in looking back, well, before we start, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen today. I know you've been before the parole board before, But each of us are going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we're done, we'll deliberate on the records.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to begin with questions today. So, you know, I'm looking back at your history, and prior to this lengthy sentence, the other time that you received was back in 1997 when you got 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me what changed for you during this incarceration and why robberies?
So to answer the robbery question first, I was attempting to provide funding for my drug habit, which is a poor excuse and should be never used as something to commit crimes and stuff against other people. That's just poor choices. Why I've continued to do this or go through this and have the long record that I have is because it was a large failure to look at me and see what the problems was with me. I spent a lot of time blaming my problems and my circumstances on other people, and I never really possessed the ability to be honest with myself. When I came this time and I received a 20-year sentence, that's a lot of time really not to be doing no self-reflection and getting honest about why I'm in prison. This is my 5th time, I believe, that I've been here, and it's no longer a possibility for me to be able to ignore the elephant in the room. The reason why I keep ending up here is me, my choices, and I needed to be better at dealing with those things. So it's been a long road. I'm quite proud of what I've been able to do, and it's not. I didn't get involved in the things that I've done over the course of this bid to really impress anybody. I'm old. I'm in my 50s, and it's really long past due for me to be done doing what I'm doing right now.
Well, I'll disagree with you on one thing. 53 is certainly not old.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you very much.
It's good that, you know, at this time of your life, you realize what it is that you need to do to correct your behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, everything that you have said in your opening statement is positive. And I like what you said about the most rewarding ones being the NA and the C card. Now, I know why I think you chose those two, but can you expand a little bit on why those two were the most rewarding for you?
Yes, ma'am. So for most of my life, I've been looking for something that helps me live a positive way. I was born and raised in the church. And when I started doing my crimes and feeling bad about myself, I didn't really embrace that, or I didn't believe that there was a higher power. I've learned since to believe that. I chose NA because it allows me to have spiritual principles with the honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness, and a whole bunch of other stuff that allows structure to happen to my life, that if I just be a selfless service to other people, that I can gain things, man, because the givers get given and the takers get taken. I'm tired of being a taker, and it has provided me with a huge sense of peace. And I think they call it happy, joyous, and free that I've been able to achieve by being Narcotics Anonymous. It's very difficult for me to really summarize all the blessings and things that I've got from what I've got in the Narcotics Anonymous, but it's an ongoing medicine that I need to have. And it's something that I'm going to have for quite a long time, because I've been able to gain a lot of stuff and a lot of positive things. And it tells me that if I don't use drugs, that my life has a chance to be better. And despite still being here in prison, my life is better today than when I showed up all those years ago.
Yeah. So did you do the 12 steps?
Yes, ma'am. I've written twice fully through, and I'm on my 3rd time through. Step 8 is what I'm working on. Is my men's list that me and my sponsor, we take the time. So a great man named Vernon Mitchell Jr. that I met through the Writing Steps process. He's my current sponsor and has been my sponsor for 17 years now. So I feel very fortunate that I've been able to do that process, because that's how I keep moving forward, by being willing to do that work, and writing the steps is a requirement to change it.
So since this is your 3rd time looking back at the two previous times, what was the most difficult step that you had to work on? Why?
Number 4. Step number 4 is writing a searching and fearless more inventory of myself. I never really had the courage to really truly look at myself for who I was and where I was in life. It took me a really long time that I acknowledged that I'm not as bad as I thought I was, and that with a little bit of work and a little bit of honesty, because it's all about being honest about who one is and what one is doing, right? Nobody forced me to do any of this stuff. I just was a very confused and a not honest person over all these years. So that step right there, in the 3 times that I've done it, it continues to get deeper and deeper and allow me to have more growth, because all that stuff that I got on the inside, I'm sharing it with my higher power and another person, and it helps me to build a positive life.
And just as a follow-up, expand a little bit on CCAR, because, you know, people get different things out of CCAR. I have an idea why it was important to you, but I want to hear it from you.
So ultimately, my plan is, despite the current job that I'm at, is that in a few years after I get out, I want to go to school and finish getting my my associate's degree, because I would like to go into helping addicts, connect them to services. Right, a large part of Narcotics Anonymous is that once I become involved and I know and I start writing the steps, I have to involve myself in helping other addicts to have some chance at recovery too. So CCAR for me is a way in, so I can become eventually a CCAR case recovery coach, and I can help other addicts, give them a hand up and helping them have the opportunity to make their lives better too.
Okay, so the other piece is CCAR also helps you to live a sober life in a sober community, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's part of a bigger, I'm sorry, it's a part of a bigger picture for me, because I'm going to be helping others, but I'm going to be helping myself too, because I do have a solid program of recovery and Narcotics Anonymous. So by doing that, once I'm freely giving away what was freely given to me, I'm still able to get those benefits, and it helped me to become better and continue to do better for my life too.
Okay. Who do you have for support in the community?
So unfortunately, over the course of this bid, most of my immediate family passed: my mom, my sister, my nieces and my nephews, my grandmother. But I do have a best friend. Her name is Nicole Conover. I do have a sponsor. His name is Vernon Mitchell Jr. And I have various people connected to the Rooms of Narcotics Anonymous, which is about 10 of them. And my job that I have currently at Pursue Aerospace, there's a number of people there who are willing to support me and help me to move in a positive direction in my life.
Now, tell me about how you got that job at Aerospace, Pursue Aerospace.
So I came to this building in 2021. I was previously in the dog program over at Osborne for a number of years. And when I got here, or when I left that program, the word out was that they had a job called the Workflow Program. I didn't know much about it from my other building, but I did know it was a place where they provided jobs for guys who had proven themselves over the years. So I came here and I got involved in the Second Chance program, and I started leading some programs. And very quickly, I want to say about 5 to 6 months after being here, the program was offered to me as far as being able to get some outside clearance and take the necessary steps to prove myself to the establishment down here like I did in my previous buildings. So after about 11 months of being here and working outside on one of those outside grounds details, the position was offered to me. I interviewed through a 3-step process. I took it, and the rest of it is me being out there.
Now, were you recommended to that position?
Yes, ma'am. So I became a Counselor Kendall, Counselor Supervisor Kendall, Counselor Nodi, Counselor Joyce, and various other people inside the building here. Okay. I was a peer mentor in the drug program for about 19 months. J-Dorm is a recovery dorm. So I went in there and I was doing peer mentorship for about 19 months, where I was running various programs. They liked my ability to to stay focused and centered on doing what's right. So I got the approval for them, and then that helped me with Deputy Warden Muckman. I knew Warden Thibault from the dog program where I was at for about 5 years. So once I got past the
You
people
did
that
the
were
dog
here,
program for 5 years?
yes, I did. I raised four
Wow.
successful,
Four?
four of them. I raised 4 dogs. Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Also did
Very
hospice.
good.
Also did hospice for 11 years. I did hospice.
Oh, you were part of the hospice program. I
Yes, ma'am.
recently had another client who did it 11 years. Tell me a little
Yes,
bit
ma'am.
about that.
So I was looking for a way to get outside of myself to teach me how to be of selfless service to other people. While Narcotics Anonymous is great, in jail it's very limited, depending on what institution you're at. Hospice at my current place where I was at McDougal, I joined it, and it allowed me to deal with directly with inmates who are on their end of life. So hospice in jail only provides comfort measures only, but it does allow me to take care of another person in the latter stages of their life, which is not about me and more about them, to help build character within me to become somebody different. Taught me a great deal about humility and dealing with death and all that type stuff. So it was a great way for me to get outside of myself and to be of selfless service to other people. And it's been significantly one of the most important programs that I took here was the hospice.
Very good. You know, I read a lot about you, Mr. Schuler, but hearing you talk today and speaking about all your accomplishments, including several programs that you participated in, I certainly appreciate all that you have accomplished. Now, I know you received, I'm looking at a DR in 2008 for fighting and one June of 2010, which was a security tampering. What do you
Yes,
think is
ma'am.
happening with you?
So the first one in 2008, I was in the process of getting honest with myself about changing. And I got into the same cell as the guy who I had the case with. And, you know, back then I was confused about why I was in prison. I had no ownership back then of what I was doing. And I kind of blamed that guy. So when we got in there, the guy swung on me and we ended up having a fight. Still no excuse for that. Today, in hindsight, I wish I hadn't did that, but it was a poor decision I made in the moment in the beginning process of changing. As far as the security ticket that I got in 2010 there, that was me being lonely and again at the beginning stages of working on myself. I hadn't really looked within myself to be comfortable in my own skin. So I was reaching out through bad advice, do something that I shouldn't have been doing. I had actually removed this correspondence originated from an inmate from one of the letters, and they caught it. And, you know, it was a poor choice that I made in a moment when I was feeling lonely, and it's something that I regret to this day. And I'm not going to sit here and say it was great decisions, because it wasn't. It was poor choices all around. And if I could take those things over in the person that I am today, I would have done those things much differently.
Great. So you were married for several years?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And then you got divorced and you have no children?
Well, they passed away. So I got married when I was on the street. I think it was 2006. I got married in that May of that year. And, you know, it was something that I shouldn't have done because we didn't get married for the right reasons. I had gotten the young woman pregnant, and I thought legitimizing her was the right thing to do. I was in no way in a position to be able to take care of her or myself. You know, one of those things where immaturity was running the roost for me, and it was a mistake. And I think I did more harm to her and certainly myself by doing that, because I just wasn't in a place where I could provide a good home for children, her or myself. And the children passing away was probably a blessing in disguise, because neither one of us was ready to do right by each other.
Okay, great. So I know you want to go to a sober house in Manchester.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did
So-
say you do have some family support. You have any sponsor.
Yes, ma'am, I do have.
Okay, what else did you want to say?
So my thing with that is that there's, on the dockets that we have here, there's 4 different dates. I made a deal with the state as far as my overall effective sentence. Department of Corrections has taken one of the dockets that was short, 270 or 392 days or something like that, and they made that one in controlling. So they wanted me, or the parole hearing concerns the 8th. If you folks were, fortunate enough to give me parole, I would very much like to go to a sober house, but I would be open to going to a halfway house in the meantime, so I can put this, if I've earned the right to put this part of my life behind me. I've been working on that sober house thing for about 4 or 5 months now. I do know a fair amount of people in the community as far as it relates to Narcotics Anonymous, and I thought the ability to go to a place where everybody was on the same page as far as being able to take urines and clean being a requirement of them, I thought that would be a great benefit to help me keep moving forward in the right direction without being held accountable for other people's actions.
Okay. So Pursuit Aerospace pays
Yes,
you
ma'am.
a salary?
Yes, ma'am. So I currently make $15.69 an hour. I get a shift differential, which makes that go up to $17.49. They've given me assurances that I will become a welder in that building. I've currently been there 20 months, and I've been doing quite well for myself as far as being able to save money. Out of all the things that I've done here, achieving this job has been probably one of the best accomplishments that I have here, because it allows me to be able to take care of myself, because outside of the people that I tell you, I don't have anything as far as family support. So the ability at my age to be able to take care of myself from day one has been a true blessing that I am forever grateful for. And it shows the power of having Narcotics Anonymous at the center of my life. Because if you had told me all those years ago that I would got myself into a program like this with a record like I got, I would have never believed it. So I'm very, very grateful that I've been able to have this opportunity to put myself together.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Schuler, and I appreciate you answering and sharing with me today. So
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
gonna turn it over to Mr. Vazquez.
How you doing? Good
How you
morning.
doing? How you
Good. So-
doing, man? Good morning.
Good morning. So just to clarify, the sober house situation, are you confident that you have a space to
Yes.
go there?
Yes, I'm confident.
Okay, all right. And that's something that you're going to have to pay for. Is that what you're saying? It's a private place that you're going to, because of
It's
your
a
job, you're
private-
able to.
It's a private place, and I would have to pay them prior to leaving. So I would have to pay for a couple of months until they can set me up in services. I have the ability to do that with the bank account that I've been able to establish here. So I would take care of all that on my end. It would just
Okay.
be in need of a vote of approval from you guys.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan that you have going. And my colleague has asked you all of the questions that I was going to ask. I just wanted to say you did an excellent job articulating to her how you've changed over all these years. So I appreciate that. I'm going to pass
Thank
along
you,
to my. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm going to pass along to my colleague, panel member Barry.
Okay.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Schuler. Thank you.
Okay. So we're finished with the questions, so we're gonna deliberate. You can just hear.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's Schuler sharing today that he has completed several positive programs, that he was a mentor in a couple of the programs. He talked about the most rewarding ones was the NA and CCAR. And he talked about the reason why NA was important to him, because it just held him accountable for, all the bad things that he's been doing. And in addition, he completed the, American Veteran Program. He said he did that for 4 years. was very successful with the 4 dogs. He is currently employed with the Pursuit Aerospace, but before he got there, he had to get his outside security clearance, which he had for 11 months. And then 3 of the supervisors recommended him. He did the interview and has been employed there for the past 20 months. He's making $17.49 an hour. That is impressive. He explained what was going on with him with the 2 DRs he received in 2008 for fighting, when he was struggling with getting honest with himself. Mm-hmm. And in 2010, when, he just took some poor advice, experiencing loneliness, but found out and moved on. So I would be willing today to grant Mr. Schuler discretionary parole.
I agree, Madam Chair. He's done everything, and he's been able to articulate how he's changed over the years and taken advantage of all of the programs that have been offered to him. And I'm in agreement with you.
I agree.
Okay. So I have co-defendant Foster and Bridget Ellis and Halfway House. There's a whole list of victims here, places, and I'm not gonna put any of those because it was so long. So, but I'm just mentioning.
I also have a mental health evaluation. He's been down there.
Okay. Okay.
And also had no alcohol.
I had that. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say it. So thank you for reminding me. In the case of James Schuler, inmate number 205224, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole at its 85% eligibility date of April 12, 2025, with the following conditions. Standard parole conditions: no contact with co-defendants John Foster and Bridget Carvallis, released to a halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and no consumption of alcohol. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Schuler, we wish you the best of luck. And remember, it's an 85% sentence, so that's the earliest date, which is April 12th. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Mr. James Schuler, inmate number 205224.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Just give us a few minutes.
Can you just give us a few moments, please?
All right, no problem.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, George Chance.
Janet Berry,
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nelson Diaz. My inmate number is 447115.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nelson Diaz, inmate number 447115. He is serving a sentence of 8 years execution suspended after 30 months with 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm in violation of probation with underlying offense possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 23rd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Diaz has completed voices and has maintained employment as a term. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want the panel to know that I make no excuses and take full accountability for all my actions. During my incarceration, I had time to learn from my mistakes and better myself.
We're listening.
You know, I wanna be a better man for my community, my family, and myself. I'm very ashamed of the crime that I committed. I wish I could take it back, but you know, you just gotta learn, you know, and be better.
Okay, Mr. Diaz, so we appreciate, your opening comments, and each of us are going to take turns to ask you questions.
Okay.
And once we're done with the questions, then we deliberate and we let you know what our answer is, our decision. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Sazowskis to begin.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So, can you just, going back to what happened, can you tell us why you had a gun? Why did you have a gun?
It was a very impulsive decision. I was very foolish, dumb, and ignorant at the time. I really wasn't trying to hurt nobody. I was just thinking that I could protect myself, but in reality, it was very dumb of me to even pick up a weapon, because knowing that, a lot of people get hurt by weapons and stuff, I feel like I let my family down, let my community down by that.
And they found a gun in your house in addition to the one that was in the car, but there was one in your home also, right?
Yes.
And you weren't home when that happened, so there were other people in the house?
Yes. It was my mother and my brother, my little brother.
So, I mean, was it secured? Was it safe so they couldn't get it or no?
Yeah, they couldn't get it. They didn't even know I had it, to be honest. My mom never raised me like that. She was actually shocked that I had it.
I read about your mother's reaction to all of this. You know,
yeah, she was very shocked.
Yeah, she came to the scene and then was at the house too, you know, so I'm sure this was traumatic and hard for her, not knowing what was going on and understanding what was happening.
Yes, definitely was traumatic for her. I definitely apologize like a million times to her, you know. I just, I'm just very ashamed of what I did because I know that she tries her best to make sure that I stayed on the positive road. And I feel like I let down my family by doing that. And it just made me feel real bad.
Yeah, I got the impression from when I read through the documents that that's the kind of person that your mother was, that she was, you know, surprised at this and had not, this is not the kind of lifestyle that she was raising you in, you know?
Definitely.
So, I see you completed the Voices program. Do you remember that?
Yes, I completed it. I remember.
Okay. Yeah. Can you share with us, you know, how you think your actions, you know, by what you learned in Voices have affected your community and your crimes have?
My actions?
Yeah.
So, you know, when I was in Voices, I learned that, you know, you could put your family and other people in situations because of your actions. You know, they could become victims in your case too. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I did that. And, you know, I've always smoked weed, and I feel like, you know, the path that I've been all my life, I feel like that affected a lot. You know, I feel like I just put my family at really high risk because they, you know, if God forbid, but I have nephews and, you know, nieces, you know, if they would have got a hold of the gun or something, that could have went the wrong way. And, you know, I have to live with that for the rest of my life. So.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that could have gone wrong. I think you're lucky a little bit. You know, there are sometimes people find out that you have drugs or a gun in your house, other people that might be involved with you, and they decide to go there and your mother's there alone. There are lots of things that could have went sideways with this situation, you know, and you kind of, you've created that by your actions, you know, and it sounds like you understand that by how you're talking about your family and your mother and the people in your community that you affected.
Yeah, definitely did.
Can you talk about your release plan? You know, if you're granted parole, where are you going to live and work? And what's your plan to be successful so that you don't end up back in this situation?
So my plans when I get if I get released, if I get granted parole, I'm going to a halfway house, which I really want to get accepted to go to New Haven. I put New Haven in Bridgeport, but I really want to get accepted in New Haven because it'll be a little bit far away from Bridgeport. I'll be away from people. I'll get to get my mind cleared. I plan on working construction because I completed my OSHA 30 before I came to jail.
Okay.
I have a great opportunity because my friend is a supervisor at Burns Construction Company, and he told me that he could get me in as soon as I complete my sentence. I plan on going to commercial driver's license school too. I want to get my CDL. My mother, she has her CDL Class A, so I want to pick up where she left off because she was never able to really continue her path on that road. Because she was always keeping an eye on us. Even though we was grown, she always was keeping an eye on us, making sure that we didn't make mistakes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I want to I want to relocate. I want to start fresh. You know, it's
Okay.
just me. It's gonna be me and my dog. I want to get my own spot. I want to learn how to be an adult for myself and just do better.
Okay. I mean, I hear some of the things about the construction. You have an OSHA certification. That's good, you know, and then you have a long-term plan to work on your CDL during that time. And then be in a halfway house in New Haven, you're saying, away from where you were before, might be a good idea, at least to start, to make sure
Yes.
you're successful and you have your situation handled. How do you think you've changed since you've been incarcerated? Since the time you've got in there till now, how do you feel like you've changed? Is anything different?
Yes, everything's different now. I feel like I've matured. I feel like my mind is more clear. You know, I've been away from not smoking weed for like 10 months now, so I feel like I'm very healthy, clear-minded. I'm just ready to change my life around. I don't want to continue coming back to jail. You know, a lot of people make mistakes, but I just feel like owning up to them and accepting that I made the mistakes is making me a better man as a whole.
Okay. So you're a convicted felon. You're not permitted to possess firearms. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You can never you can't possess firearms in any circumstances again. Okay. Your sentence here was 8 years, but then suspended after 30 months with 3 years of probation, right?
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen if you get caught with another firearm? What do you think the sentence is going to be? It's not going to be that. I can tell you that.
I'll end up back here, which I don't really like it here, you know. But
Yeah.
this taught me a lot, you know what I'm saying? And I'm definitely staying far away from firearms. I'm staying away from a lot of friends too that are still in that environment, still dealing with stuff like that. I'm trying to stay away from all that.
Right. My point is that we see people that come back the second, third time with a firearm charge, and it's not the same sentence. You understand, right? It's going to get much longer. So
No,
if you
of
don't
course,
like it,
yeah.
it's going to be,
Yeah, I
it's going
can't
to
do
be
that.
more. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't do that to myself, and I can't do that to my family. My nephew's been asking where I've been. You know, they're getting older. They're starting to understand what's going on in life, and I don't want to set a bad example. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a lot of people that love me, and I didn't know that I had a lot of people that love me until I got incarcerated. So once I got here, you know, my mind just opened up more. This is not a place for me. I can't come back to this again. And I can't do the same mistake again because it's going to cost me more than what
Just remember all of this when you're out, what the feeling is like being in there when you're out. Okay. So that way, keep reminding yourself that you don't want to come back here. Okay.
Of course.
Do you still talk to the co-defendant, the guy that was in the car with you? You still talk to this gentleman?
No, I don't, sir. I haven't spoke to him since the day we got caught in my car. I haven't spoke to him since. I don't plan on speaking to him neither. You know, I gave him an invitation to be a friend, and he let me down. And you know, as a man, I had to just own up to everything and take full responsibility. You know what I'm saying? But you know, in life, we all learn from different types of things. And I feel like that was my recall. That was like it literally opened up my mind completely because I thought I could trust certain friends. And obviously I couldn't.
Okay. Yeah. So I would definitely keep that in mind when you're out and what happened to you in that experience by, you know, with him in the car that day. And the disagreements that you guys had at the scene there as to who was in possession of what. And that's the kind of thing that happens. You know what I mean? So you can't trust people when it comes to these things to take responsibility for what they've done. You know what I mean? So you can't put yourself in that position. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Both of these incidents that I read about had had to do with you being stopped while you were driving a vehicle. It sounds like you didn't have a license at the time. What's the situation with your driver's license now?
I have a driver's license. My driver's license is perfect. I didn't have to renew it or anything. Because I had checked if I had to renew it. Because, you know, sometimes after a certain couple years, your license expires. So I made sure that my license was up to date and everything. But my license was good. The issue that we had at the time when I got pulled over is they thought that my insurance on my car was expired.
Oh, okay.
But I'm under my mom's car insurance, so at the time she had renewed her insurance, and I didn't have the proper card that she had. That's why I called her to the scene when the incident occurred.
Yeah.
And then she had pulled up and she saw the firearm and she was shocked and she almost fainted and
So what's your plan for driving? I mean, you really didn't talk about that. Are you going to be able to get to where you got to go to work?
Yeah, well, I lost my car since being incarcerated because I didn't have nobody that could, take care of my responsibilities at the time, which was fine because, I put myself in here. I didn't want my mom to stress about that or anything. So I'm just going to, take the train, take the bus.
Okay.
Take Uber or Lyft, whatever can get me to the job. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, so I think that's the plan you should stick with for now, and get yourself established and set up. And that, to me, that sounds like a reasonable thing, and not to try to dive into too many things at once, trying to get a car and everything else. I would start try to get yourself grounded with that job and find a way to get there, and then work up from there.
Definitely, sir.
Okay. So you're going to have, looks like you're going to have probation too, right? 3 years of probation.
Yes.
So you're going to have a long period here of supervision, depending on how this goes today. But I mean, you're a very recognizable person. Let me say that. So I can guarantee that the police that were there at that scene that day are not going to forget who you are, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So you just have to be careful on what you do, who you're around, and that kind of thing. What's your plan to successfully complete probation and parole? There's going to be lots of rules and regulations. I'm sure that you've read information about this.
Yes.
And maybe other people that were on parole or probation in the past. People are going to be in your business and asking questions and everything. You're going to have to, just like where you are now, there's going to be a lot of that. So go ahead. How do you plan to successfully complete all that supervision that you have ahead of you?
During the time when I had probation at the time, because I was completing it good. I was doing. I was out. I wasn't doing nothing. I had a job. Mm-hmm. I was staying out the way. So what I want to do a little bit more different when I get home, because I've actually picked up going to the gym in here. I've never been a gym person in my life, but that actually is getting me very healthy, and I like how I'm starting to look. And I feel like I'm gonna get in the gym more. I have a 4-year-old husky. I'm gonna be always with him all the time. I want to take more opportunity to be around my nephews more. Because since I've been here, they really miss me, and I don't want to miss those opportunities because they're just getting older, and I want to be with my mom more. Me and my mom got a better relationship since I've been here. We was when I was home, I barely saw her, and we was living together. That's because of the life choices that I was making. I wasn't going down the right path. I was being a follower, thinking that the life that I was living was right. And she always was telling me, make sure that you get yourself together. I'm not going to be here for the rest of my life. And I never really understood what she was saying until I got here and our relationship got better, because she was the one who held it down for me. None of my friends was looking out for me. None of my friends was making sure that my mom was good. Nobody's putting money on my books besides her. So I just want to complete this probation when I get home. First, I want to complete parole, and then I want to complete probation and just keep going down a good path. You know, make her proud. You know, for once, because I feel like I've been down the wrong path my whole life. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when I was in high school, I wasn't even doing good in high school. She helped me, she pushed me to complete high school. If it wasn't for her, I would have never completed high school at all.
Okay, yeah, I mean, some people don't have that kind of support. You're lucky to have people around you, like your family. And I agree, those things that you talked about, your family, your mother, and doing things with your dog, going to the gym to work out. Those are all the kinds of activities at your age that you should be doing. The things that you should not be doing, obviously, you know, the things that you're doing that led to this, right? The smoking of marijuana, driving around with your friends in the car with a gun in the car. You got, you know what I mean? All that stuff has got to be cut out. You're going to be right back in here. You understand that?
Definitely. Yeah, I actually don't even want to smoke no more since I've been here. That's the last thing on my mind. I've been looking at myself in the mirror. I see the changes in my body.
Yep.
It makes me feel good, you know, like I feel like if I was to start smoking again, I'll go back down the same path. And I don't want to do that to myself. I'll let myself down again, and I'll let my family down, which I don't want to do. Because it affected them more than I thought it was going to affect them.
Okay, thank you for speaking to me. You answered all my questions. I'm going to hand it back over to the chairperson.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Diaz, I listened carefully to your discussion with my colleague, and I agree with him that, you know, your sentences for weapons are going to just get longer and longer if you continue to live this lifestyle. And, you know, it's funny to me when people come and sit in that chair and say things like, well, I don't plan on being here again. Did you plan on being there the first time? Kind of thing. You know, I don't like it here. I don't think anybody in that prison likes it, but unfortunately, that's where you go when you violate the law, you know? So those statements really bother me because, you know, it's not even about what you like or dislike or what your intentions are. It's about the choices that you make. And I think that's what we really need to focus on. I'm curious to know, is it just still your position that the gun belonged to your co-defendant?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is it still your position that the firearm that was located in the car belonged to your co-defendant?
Well, I would like, you know, I'm gonna take accountability for what happened in the car. I personally didn't know that he had it on him, but I'm not gonna make excuses.
How much time did your co-defendant get for having that weapon?
I believe he got probation.
I believe he didn't receive anything, actually.
Yeah, I wasn't too like curious or focused on what he was gonna get because at the time I was just worried about.
That's not the point that I'm trying to make. The fact that what I'm talking about is you said to the parole officer that the gun didn't belong to you and that because neither one of you fessed up, you were charged with it, which in fact he wasn't. He doesn't have an inmate number or any of those things. And I'm just, I don't know why a person with relatively no criminal history would be in possession of 2 firearms on probation.
Yes, I understand. I honestly, I can't make no excuses for that. I just, you know, I take accountability for what happened. You know, I'm not putting the blame on nobody. You know, at the end of the day, I chose to let him in my car, and I chose to take the drive with him in the car.
I mean, I don't understand. I mean, if you both were charged like you say you were, he would have been serving some time or, I mean, if you got time, why wouldn't he have received some time for the sentence?
Yeah, at the time, I thought he took his charge. I thought he did. I didn't know that it fell all on me. My lawyer didn't tell me every single detail that was going on. He told me.
The point that I'm trying to make though, Mr. Diaz, my thing is that you got charged with having this weapon. You're in prison for having the weapon. And I'm sure it's because it was more than one. And then I did read about the way that your mother reacted when she arrived on the scene and you called her over to tell her to go to the house and get the gun.
No, I didn't tell her. I didn't say exactly those words. I'm sorry, but I didn't say those exact words. What I told her to go, because my dog's name is De Niro. So I told her to go back and check on De Niro. They thought that I was hiding something. So I just fessed up to it.
Why would you tell her to go and check on De Niro when you're about to be arrested? I'm not. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Diaz, I'm not trying to take away the fact that you've done well since you've been in the facility. I'm just saying that in our eyes, this is your second gun conviction, and you need to be tread very lightly with your behavior when you enter into the community. Because they are going to, like Mr. Cybulski said to you, they're going to be watching you. So, and I'm not saying that to try to make you afraid. I hope that it's a deterrent, because you were on probation when you committed this crime. And that wasn't a deterrent for you, but parole has arresting authority. So if you mess up with us, and the way that it sounds, the likelihood of your being granted parole is very highly likely, especially since you have a limited criminal history. I'm saying that you don't get to go before a judge. They don't have to get a warrant. They can just. All right. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So, Mr. Diaz, I'm just going to quickly add to what my colleague, Ms. Berry, said. Because one of the things that you said to the parole officer was that you made an impulsive decision that living in your city was dangerous and you were previously wrong. So to me, when I read that, what occurred to me was that gun was actually yours. Because when I couldn't find anything on your co-defendant, I went back and I kept reading and I said, okay, one of the things that I always hear is that I had the gun because I was previously robbed.
Yes.
Okay. So from, my perspective, it made sense, especially when your co-defendant wasn't charged with anything. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
I'm not
ahead.
proud of, I'm sorry, I'm not proud of everything that happened, like I said, I put my family at risk just by doing that, and then I take full accountability for however my case went. I'm ashamed of everything that happened, and just like the lady said, to be scared, I'm a little scared. I honestly don't even want to be in my city no more because of that. And I don't want to run into these officers again. And I don't want, I just don't want it. I don't want anything to happen close to that again. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put myself in that position where I could mess up at any time.
But if you are living a healthy lifestyle where you get up and go to work and do what adults do, and you are an adult now because you're 31, okay? You don't have any reason to be afraid. You're afraid because you previously, had, this is the second gun charge that you've had.
Oh, not the second weapon. that-
Weapon.
Possession.
Right. So, in order for you to move on, you have to accept or admit, what it is that you've done before you can move on. You were only afraid because, as you said, you were robbed. So you didn't want to be caught off guard and be robbed again. So you had the gun for protection.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, so that's all I want to say to you. And, I do agree that you didn't get any DRs and you did what, you were asked to do. And you do have an employment offer with a construction company. And it makes sense you have your OSHA 30, which you need to, really work to do the work that you want to do with a construction company.
Definitely.
So we have no further questions. We're just going to deliberate.
Okay, so as you guys have said, he's done done well during this incarceration. He has a limited criminal history, no disciplinary reports. He's completed the Voices program and was able to articulate what he learned from that. He's also obtained a certification that is going to allow him to get a job. He has a plan to partake in some pro-social activities, talking about going to the gym, spending time with his family and his dog. Those are all things that an adult in a positive, healthy lifestyle should be doing at his age. So, I heard some change in his voice and we went through the questions and he answered them to my satisfaction. So today I am, my opinion, that I grant him parole.
I would support.
Okay, so it's 3/23/25. And I had Cody, Christopher Little, and Halfway House.
That's what I have.
Anything else?
No, can you just tell me the date again that you have?
3/23/25, March 23rd, 2025.
Just want to make sure I have the right one thing.
In the case of Nelson Diaz, inmate number 447115, motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 23rd, 2025 with the following conditions. No contact with the co-defendant Christopher Little and release to a halfway house in addition to standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Good luck, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you so much.
This concludes the hearing for Nelson Diaz, date number 447115.
Here, boy.
morning. My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024. It's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Member Berry, good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Margaret Suzowski.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Aaron Boiles, 386423.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Aaron Boiles, inmate number 386423. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail for criminal possession of a firearm, possession with intent to sell, and illegal possession of a large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 11, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on April 24, 2024. He was denied parole, and a new hearing date was set for November 2024. Board recommends that the inmate tier 2 get into aftercare and other positive programs and come back with a release and relapse prevention plan and to remain ER free. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs. Mr. Boiles has completed tier 2 relapse prevention plan, domestic violence, financial literacy 2, and shadow works. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score for risk of recidivism falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe should be granted parole. May begin.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May you repeat that, please? Because it was a little lag.
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole.
I feel I've been a better man since then. I've been able to be around great people to help me move forward and understand to work better with communication skills, to understand certain circumstances is out of my control, but I could be in control of my life and how moving forward. Since then, since the last time I was here, I've been practicing for my CompTIA. That's a security license for computer and network security. And so far, each time I keep getting 95. So I believe when I have the chance to take the test, I will be able to pass it successfully. I've maintained outside clearance since the last time I've been here. And I feel better, like on my progress of me moving forward. I also took the domestic violence because me and my current girlfriend is getting married. So I would like to, I thought it would have been a good idea to understand different circumstances, how it could be like, whether controlling or stonewalling somebody. I didn't understand those things before because I never had the proper knowledge. And financial literacy was a huge help because it helped me move forward with understanding my financial situations and different ways to move forward, like to understand even with my circumstances now, when I come home, it's other opportunities and other ways to elevate myself.
Okay, well, thank you for your opening comments, Mr. Boyle. So as you know, this is a rehear for you. And you were asked to complete programs and not receive any disciplinary reports. And one of the things that they asked you to do was tier 2 and an aftercare program so that you can have, a good release plan.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just take turns to ask you how you did, and I'm going to ask Ms. Berry to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Boyles, I was not on your prior panel, but it seems as if that disciplinary infraction really did throw a bit of a monkey wrench in your initial discretionary parole. And you were in that tier program, so they wanted you to finish that up. And I'm happy to see that you were able to comply with the original panel's recommendations. I did review your file and saw that you have 3 employment opportunities. that you have you intend to return to school when you're back in the community, live with your girlfriend, eventually get married and open your own business.
Yes.
What I'm glad that you were able to take the domestic violence program. I heard you talk about that because you really do believe that it will help you resolve conflict in your intimate relationship, and that is very true. So it really does sound like you took advantage of the denial with the rehear. I just have maybe one question or two. And when you received the denial at your last hearing, Mr. Boyles, how did you feel? How did you take that?
Honestly, at first, I didn't understand because I was moving forward, but then I had to realize, like, maybe God was telling me at that time it wasn't like I still had more time to work on myself. Because I appreciate it. Like, it took me a month, but I really did appreciate it because I was able to understand more and read more. And like I said, be around certain positive people to make me grasp a new light, because I couldn't go back and just be like, why me? Why I didn't get this? Or no, I have to keep moving forward. Like it could be the simple steps of me being home too. That's why I took it as like a turning point, because when I'm home, I still have to put my best foot forward and the effort to try to do something different and do different. So when certain things may come up that it may feel like it's a setback, I still got to think like I still got a greater mission to go forward. So any setback is just like it is. It's just a setback.
It's a delay, not a denial, right?
Yes.
And the fact of the matter is, when you're telling us who are challenged to return those offenders back into the community, who we believe will be able to remain out there and abide by the laws. When you say to us you needed a gun for protection, we're just like, most of us here rely on the authorities to protect us. We don't go acquiring firearms for our own safety unless we have the proper licensure. So I think that mentality was challenging for the prior panel as well, because that really needed to change. We can't take the law into our own hands, and acquiring these firearms are killing innocent people out on the street every single day. So we take those very seriously, because the panel honestly could have denied you outright, but they didn't do that because you have a flat sentence. So they wanted to give you an opportunity to prove yourself, and I'm happy to see that you were able to do that. Aside from your girlfriend, what other support do you have out in the community?
My uncle, my mother, my little brothers and sisters.
Little brothers and sisters aren't support. They might be incentive for you to stay out of prison, but they're not support.
Yeah, support. Also, one of my friends, her father runs the Myra program in Bridgeport. So I was gonna see like how, when I go home, how can I apply myself to that? And those are the only like supports, and my aunt.
So I think that surrounding yourself around positive people and having those positive influences in your life will help reduce your risk of recidivating, because selling drugs in our communities just keep that vicious cycle of addiction going. The drugs keep coming in. If nobody was selling them, guess what? They wouldn't be able to keep bringing them in. And unfortunately, that occupation does come along sometimes with those firearms. So I really do hope that you're done with this mentality of street life, gain some very good skills in that facility that will make you more marketable when you're out in the community. Now, you already got your high school diploma, so you're not a stupid man. You just need to make better decisions. And there really is no program that can teach you to make better decisions. You just have to want to do that, So I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Boyles. I am going to support your discretionary parole today. And I would encourage you to utilize your officer as a resource out there. That's extra support. Many people think that they're just there because, oh my God, they're gonna hold me accountable. They're gonna, violate me. They're gonna bring me back to prison. They're also there when you're struggling, when you can't get that help from your girlfriend or your mother, or, your employment isn't going the way that you anticipated. So they are there to help you. And I encourage you to utilize that person as just that, a resource. Okay? We don't want you to come back to prison, and they don't want you to come back to prison either. Honestly, they don't want to do the paperwork to have you come back to prison, but they will bring you behind right back if you step out of it. So, all right, I'm all set.
Yeah. So, Mr. Boyles, I don't know if you remember me. I was on the previous panel, and one of the things that I had wanted to see was having you do a release plan.
Yes.
And today you sound so much better. So I just want to ask you, one question. What is a typical day going to look like for you when you go back out there?
Now, a typical day will be, I have my old employer that I was in contact with. So I would like to do the 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. And then, like I said, I'm gonna reach out to see if I can do the Myra program for the rest of the time and try to find something to keep me proactive. So whether that is signing up for to go to school so I can get my CompTIA license, because I still have to, even when I go home, I have to pay for the test. And that's just the pre-qualifying test. And then I'll still have to study. So, because I really would like to be a computer engineer.
Yeah. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Okay, and it's up to date.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just very important for you to make sure that, you're doing positive things in the community. It's because you weren't doing those things why, you.
I ended up here.
So you understand what I'm saying. It's the same things I said to you at your last hearing. So I'm happy to see that you've done so well. And
Thank you.
I wish you the best of luck. Yes, sir.
I do not have any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we're going to deliberate now. Mr. Boyles, I'll get back to you.
Madam Chair, I have Mr. Boyles voted to parole. He was able to comply with your recommendations, refrain from incurring any additional disciplinary infractions. He has a limited criminal history. It doesn't appear to consist of any violence. The weapon is why he's here, and I think that he would benefit from parole supervision. So I would support.
Absolutely agree. Would be today's date. And
I have no driving. That's the only condition I have.
I had that, but he says he has a driver's license.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, because I asked him that. Your driver's license is intact, right?
Yes.
I just asked you that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then the standard.
Okay, so it's just standard. So, Aaron Boiles, inmate number 386423. There is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after November 6, 2024 with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Motion carries. Mr. Boiles, we don't want to see you back here.
No.
Okay? Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you.
Hearing for Aaron Boiles, inmate number 38. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Monday, November 6th, 2024. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Parole and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified to have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Member Berry.
Hi, Robert
Good morning.
Sazowskis. Morning.
Please
Good
state
morning.
your name. Good morning. Please state your name and NIPA number for the record.
Yaha Quawi, 162430.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Yaha Quawi, inmate number 162430. He is serving a sentence of 8 years in jail for violation of probation with underlying offense of criminal possession of a pistol. As of today, records reflect the parole and date of March 17, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Powers that maintain employment as a student. He has completed 7 visits. Fall within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote something. May I read it?
Sure, go ahead.
I would like to start by saying that I've been a disappointment to my family throughout my life. It took me a long time to find a new tired of being tired. I ask God and my family to forgive me daily of my wicked ways. Since I've been in the second chance dorm, it had helped me realize my way of thinking was not working. Also going to NAA groups in and out of the dorm, I have realized that I had needed to contain my way of thinking in a new light. I plan on sticking with the NAA program when I am released, regardless of what area I will be. I'm a recovery addict and will continue to
And you?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Qawi, we lost you there
Yes.
for a minute.
Say
We
again?
lost you there for a minute, so can you go back a sentence or so? You started with the second chance program.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you start from there because we lost you after you said that?
Oh, okay. All right. I've been to the second chance dorm. It has helped me realize my way of thinking was not working. I also go into NAA groups in and out of the dorm. I have realized that I needed to contain my way of thinking in a new light. I plan on sticking with NAA program when I'm released, regardless of what area I will be released to, because I'm a recovering addict and will continue to need help. After years of coming in and out of jail, I lost so much respect for myself and my way of life. While doing the programs in the dorm, I learned to regain my self-respect as well as trying to gain respect for my family and other people. I have come to realize that I have to change the people I associate with, the places I've been in, and certain things in my life to be a better person. I've also realized obstacles will still be in my way, which I will overcome those wrong turns and become successful. Part of my reentry plan was to reach out to Miss Holly Osinski for structured plan. In doing so, she has gotten in contact with me and had me fill out forms to enroll and work some seminars, further my schooling, applying for health care and also housing. My drug addiction has controlled me for far too long, and I'm looking forward to enroll in peer-to-peer drug program. I finally have a helping hand to guide me in my continued sobriety. I also understand now how important it is to set help and put my pride in my pocket. If you decide to grant me parole, I will not disappoint you in any decision you make. I understand that parole is a privilege and an opportunity, and I will use every opportunity to the best of my ability to become a better person. with that being said, if you do grant me parole, I would like to ask for your support to get me into a halfway house away from Stamford area, because I realize that is one of the places I need to avoid at this point in my recovery. In closing, I would also like to thank Councilor Olet and Captain Capinelli for enrolling me in the second chance program. It has been a huge help. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quawi, for your opening comments. Did you write that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
It was very interesting you saying you're asking forgiveness for your wicked ways.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a very unusual way of putting it. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
I did wrong to so many people, you know, and you know what I'm saying? So I have to ask for forgiveness, you know, because, you know, what I did was not right.
It's taken you all these years to figure that out.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to take turns to ask you questions, and then
Yes.
when we are done, we will deliberate on the record and then give you our decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to begin with questions, but before we begin with the questions, may I ask you, Madam Pio, can you tell me the sentence again?
3 years.
Oh, okay.
It's 3 years.
Okay.
3 years jail.
Okay.
I'm gonna make the question on the record.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. So, Mr. Qawi, so was that your original name, or did you change your name?
No, I changed it.
And how did you come about change your name?
Oh, when I was locked up last time, in 2003, I went to court and got it changed for religious purposes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say because you wanted to start a new life.
Now, I was starting a new life for a religious purpose.
But it's obvious that that didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
Right.
It didn't work out, man.
Yeah. You know, I'm figuring this out. It's been like 35 years.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a very long time.
Yes.
Yeah. So why do you think that you were not able to keep it together before?
Because I haven't forgave the people that hurted me. And I ain't forgive the people, and I ain't asked for forgiveness for the people that I hurted. You know, so I had to put my pride in my pocket, like I said, and I had to forgive and forget.
So you started out on this criminal journey because you feel people have done things to you and you never forgave them?
No, I started on that journey because I was into drugs.
Okay.
And I needed money.
Okay. So you've taken quite a few programs. You
Yes,
did
ma'am.
Voices, you're in the Second Chance unit. And during your opening comments, you talked about how important it was for you to continue with NA and AA. Now, I'm sure that you have heard about NA or AA before on this 35-year journey that you have had with drugs. Right. Why now?
Well, I thought at first it was a flu. But going to NA when I got to Second Chance program, I found out it wasn't the flu. There's a lot of emotions there, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people that care for you, you know what I'm saying? Care what you think, care what you went through, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And it became real to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like what I'm doing with my life, that I don't want to keep using drugs and alcohol. You know what I'm saying? If I want to stop, this is the way for me to stop. And you know what I'm saying, and keep my sobriety going. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to use no more, because I'm tired of coming to jail. I'm tired of hurting people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just tired. I'm just tired.
So being in that unit and having to attend these meetings have sort of make you realize, probably for the first time over the entire 35 years that you've been doing drugs and committing crimes, that it's the first time that you're ever facing all those bad things.
Yes, ma'am.
That you have done. And then by facing those bad things that you have done, it also evoked emotions in you that had to do with various things that people have done to you.
Right.
Yeah. And, you know, I think you're the second person today that has talked about being in that second chance unit and having to participate in the NA and AA meetings and the difference that it's making in your life. So I am glad to hear that it has meaning for you. Now, you talked about apologizing to various people. You took the Voices program. Tell me what you gained from that.
Oh man, oh that's, you know, it talks about you know, victims, you know what I'm saying? Not you know what I'm saying? We all victims, and it varies assaults, and you know what I'm saying?
But let me clarify that for you. So the victims that you would want to talk about are the people that are impacted by your criminal behavior. Right?
Exactly. I realized that I set a pace of hurting on people that was wrong, you know what I'm saying? And that, you know, if you ask for forgiveness, you know what I'm saying, it will give you peace. And the voices gave me peace. What we was talking about, you know what I'm saying, about assaults and robberies and killings and so forth.
So you're currently in tier 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? How is tier 2 helping
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Because you have a very high drug score. So how important is that program to you?
It's very important. It helped me realize that I don't need
When did you start it?
About 4 weeks ago. And,
Okay, go ahead.
okay, tier 2 helps me realize that I don't need to take drugs to have a good time. I don't need to do this. to commit crime to have a good time. I don't need to drink to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I could have a good time without doing illegal things, while putting poison in my body. You know, and it helps me minimize my way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? And help me think of positive things instead of negative things.
So did it help you to figure out what your triggers are, what make you use the drugs?
Yes, it do. First of all, my trigger is where I live at. My trigger is when my son died in my arms. My trigger when I got molested when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking, I take that class so I can forgive myself, because I was blaming myself for a long time. You know, that it was my fault that my son died. It was my fault that I got molested. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't my fault. You know what I'm saying? So it took me a long time to figure that out. You know, and know that it happens. You know, so I don't know.
What else? What about urges? What would make you, apart from, your emotions, you turn to drugs because of the death of your son, and I'm truly sorry to hear of the death of your son. And I know you spoke about emotions before because you blamed yourself.
Right.
So that's a trigger, but what about an urge? What happens when you get an urge to drink or an urge to use cocaine?
My urges are different now. If I get the urge to drink or you want to use drugs, I'm going to a meeting.
Have you thought about a sponsor?
Yes, but I don't know how to go about it.
So you talked about how important NA&A meetings are. So that's where you'd be able to find a sponsor.
Okay.
Also, I don't know if you're familiar with CCAR. Have you ever heard about CCAR?
Yes, I heard about CCAR.
Okay, so make a note after today's hearing that you're going to go back and find out information about CCAR.
Okay.
Okay, because it's obvious that you need every bit of help when you go back in the community, and CCAR could help you in teaching you how to live a sober lifestyle, maintain your sobriety, and, how you live in a sober community.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you talk about wanting to go to a halfway house.
Yes.
Right. So for your social support, you say you have 3 sisters.
Yes.
Are you in touch with them?
Yes, I am.
And will they be a support for you?
Yes, they will.
Who else do you have as support?
My cousin, my 2 cousins.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to your charge because why did you need the gun?
Well, one of my friends gave me the gun to protect myself. And,
Why do you need the gun for protection?
Because when I got out, there was a lot going on in Stamford. You know what I'm saying? People doing robberies, stick-ups, whatever the case may be.
But why are they gonna rob you unless you're selling drugs?
No, I wasn't selling the drugs. I definitely wasn't selling the drugs, but I was a nervous wreck and I used it for protection and I was trying to sell it to get rid of it. I was trying to sell it to get rid of it because I didn't want it no more. And that's when I got caught with the gun.
And you knew that you were already on probation for,
Yes, ma'am.
for possession.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you're saying now that a friend gave you the gun for protection,
Yes, ma'am.
but that you weren't doing drugs. And I still don't understand why you
No,
would
no,
need
no, no,
protection.
no, no. I wasn't selling drugs. I was using drugs. I wasn't selling drugs. You know what I'm saying? So I was trying, like I said, I didn't want the gun no more. So I was trying to sell it.
Okay. All right. So you also said that you intend to apply for SSI benefits.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that in lieu of employment?
Yeah, I'm disabled. I had it in 2018 until I got came to jail.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Say no more. We're live streaming and I want to protect your privacy, so I just wanted to know why again, and I knew you were on before.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying that you're disabled. Okay. Anything else that you want to share before I go on to my colleague?
That I know, like I said, I know I've done wrong in my life, you know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to change my ways right now. I'm trying to change it for the better. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of family that love me, and they want me to change too. But I'm not just doing it for them, I'm doing it for me, because I'm tired of coming inside the walls. I've been doing it for too long, and I don't want to do it no more.
Yeah. So my last thing to you, Mr. Qawi, is that, when you were on probation, you were given the dirty urines and you weren't reporting. So if you were to go out today on discretionary parole, you just have to know, and you've been on parole before, that they have the power to take you back if you screw up, right?
I completed that parole though.
Yeah, you did. But I'm just telling you because before this last incarceration, you were on probation.
Right.
And
yes,
while
ma'am,
on probation, you were still giving dirty urines.
I messed up. I did. I messed up.
Right. And you weren't reporting. So I'm just letting you know that you can't do those things just in case,
It ain't no more just in case. I'm not doing it no more.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to turn you over to my colleague, Mr. Vazquez.
Good morning, sir. My colleague asked a lot of questions and you answered most of what I was going to ask. And I agree with her on her last point. You need to understand that probation and parole are two different things, okay? You're not going to get all those chances with the dirty urines and failing to show up and all that. They're going to come find you and put you back in where you're at now. So just keep that in mind. You're not going to have a million chances, okay? If you need help, make sure you reach out to them and let them know what's going on. But you just need to know in advance it's two different things. Probation and parole are two different things, okay?
Yes, sir.
Talking about that, you have a flat sentence, so that's always a concern to us because we want to be able to provide you with the right support when you get out. So I'm glad to hear that you're still in touch with some of your family, your sister and your cousins in that. I did read that prior to this incarceration, you were experiencing homelessness. So, I don't want you to have to go through that again. So we want to make sure that we have things set up in advance. You've requested to go to a halfway house. But thinking a little bit farther down the road, how do you envision, you can't stay in the halfway house forever. So how do you envision transitioning out of the halfway house into some permanent housing situation so that you're not homeless?
Well, I talked to, like I said, I talked to Miss Holly Waskinsky. You know, yeah, she helps you with vouchers and everything and housing. You know,
Okay.
and you know, so I'm banking on that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or,
So if you get granted onto parole and you go to the halfway house, you need to start thinking right away about the resources and the people that you're talking about and about where you're going to go, because you can't stay in a halfway house forever, and you need to have some situation that you could transition to that's a positive place for you to be and to live a life that's crime free. So, you know, homelessness is going to contribute to the problems that you've had in the past. You know what I mean?
yes,
So
yes,
yeah,
sir.
we want to try to avoid that, you know, thinking in advance of how you're going to find a way. It sounds like you've already spoken to someone, and I would
Yeah.
encourage you, when you're in the halfway house, if you get to that point, to make sure you keep pursuing all those avenues so that it's not one day comes up and they say, all right, it's time for you to leave. Your sentence is over, and then you have nowhere to go. You know what I mean? So you're going to have to advocate for yourself and figure that out. Okay.
Right. Because I don't want to be homeless no more.
No, we don't want you to be homeless either. That's not good for anybody.
Yeah, I did that, and it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah, and you know, we all have things that we have to take care of, and having a stable housing situation is the foundation to be able to take care of the rest of the things that are going on in your life. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so that way you
sir.
can,
Yes,
so
sir.
that way you can stay stable. You can maintain your sobriety. All the things that you're talking about doing. It starts with having somewhere to live, right? You can't. It's going to be difficult to do all those other things you're describing when you're homeless.
Right.
So, right. So you're going to take advantage of the resources that are available to you. Keep asking questions, advocating, and trying to find out where someone can help you find a place. So when you leave the halfway house, you have something.
Yeah,
There are a lot of resources.
yeah, because I'm gonna call her once if I'm granted through, I'm gonna call her once I get to the halfway house, and you know what I'm saying,
Yes.
and have her give me all the resources she got.
Keep pursuing it. You know what I mean? Just keep calling, keep asking questions, and like advocate on behalf of yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
The only other question I had, sir, was that, you know, I read through your file, and one of the things I saw is that in previous incarcerations, you had compiled 65 disciplinary reports. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
That's a lot, right? But somehow
Yes, it
this incarceration, you've managed to have 0. So clearly there's been something that's changed. Can you talk about what's different? How did you manage to do that?
I changed. I feel that I'm not going to be that person that I was when I was incarcerated at that time, and have tickets and getting in trouble, and you know what I'm saying, and getting in fights and stuff like that. I'm gonna be a better me. You know what I'm saying, and I'm gonna do the right thing, and it starts in here. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I progress when I get out.
Yeah. So in the halfway house too, same thing, right? There's going to be
Yes,
rules,
sir.
all kinds of things. Parole officer's going to talk to you, all kinds of rules, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing. Those infractions and those tickets and all that nonsense that's from your past doesn't need to follow you anymore. Move forward in a positive way. Let that all go, and no more. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
All right. Those are the only questions that I had, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass it back to the chairperson.
You are.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. So, Mr. Qawi, you know, I've listened to your discussion with my colleagues, and I agree that you sound good today. You absolutely need the help. And 9 times out of 10, I think that we are going to give you that help. However, I just want you to keep in mind that you are on probation because you were released from the prison on 5/19/23. And by less than a month later, you were already not reporting, testing positive for drugs, and they still let you stay out. They tried to get you in treatment. You weren't listening. You weren't going to the appointments. They were trying to get you the help. You just were not compliant. And my thing is, you were in prison for a little bit before it said that you had to do. It said at the time, Judge Comerford imposed a sentence of 10 years jail, executed suspended after 5 years with 5 years of probation. So you had served 5 years in prison before you were released, and immediately you went out and started using drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
What's not clicking for you? There's two
Well, it
alternatives.
was,
If you continue to use drugs, one will be prison, the other will be death.
I can't, I don't know what happened to me. It just, I got out, I didn't have nowhere to go. And my mind just went elsewhere. I can't say that, you know what I'm saying, you wrong because you're not, you know what I'm saying, I messed up.
It's sad because at 55 years old, you know, you are supposed to be the person phasing out of the system, but yet still
Right.
you can't seem to get yourself together long enough to stay out of prison. So at this point, I think I'm believing that you're just institutionalized, that at least in prison, you have 3 meals a day, you have somewhere to lay your head, it's hot, you know, you have heat in there, you can take a shower when you want, you know, and although it's not the ideal place to be, it's better than being out on the street because you can stay clean in the prison. I'm not understanding why you can't keep it together when you're out. I don't have, that's it, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Qawi,
Yes, ma'am.
no, we're gonna deliberate. You can listen but not say anything. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So it's been 35 years in the making, and this sentence is a flat sentence for him. During his current period here, he has emphasized the importance of being in the change unit and participating in the NA and A meetings, which he finds that this time it has been helpful to him. And I think I'm assuming that it's because this time he's paying attention. He did, when I did ask him about why it's different this time, and he, you know, talked about some of the changes that he's had to make in his life, and that during the NA meetings that he has been able to identify certain emotions based on things that he's done to people and what people has done for him. And, you know, he gave the example about why he can't stay clean. And one of the example was the death of his son because he blamed himself and just started using again. I do think I hear some insights that Mr. Qawi was able to identify today. There's some changes in him, and it's really going to be up to him whether he does well if we do grant him today. And if not, he will just come back with longer and longer sentences and going back through the cycle, which he has been in for the last 35 years. So it's going to up to Mr. Qawi whether he wants to remain an addict, being homeless, and just keep going in and out of prison. For today, I did hear some change. I would like to give him an opportunity because it's a flat sentence and it's discretionary parole. He was explained the difference between probation and parole, and he has successfully completed parole before. So it's going to be up to Mr. Qawi today. So I'm willing to grant because of his flat sentence, and I do recognize some change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm concerned with this flat sentence about homelessness and then him, getting right back into the same behavior. So I think he could use the support of the halfway house and the resources that he's already started to think about and talk to try to set himself up for some kind of stable housing situation beyond the halfway house. And for him to just exit without some kind of support is a concern of mine. So I would also be in favor of granting parole.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to support his discretionary parole as well. And just for the record, while Mr. Qawi says that he had nothing out there, he was voted to discretionary parole on that 5-year bid and still couldn't get it together. Rolled on to probation. And immediately, he was already out there doing it. He was already using the drugs. So it's not because he was homeless, it's because he's using his social security checks to buy drugs to feed his habit. So, he had to choose. If he want, like I said, it's perfectly clear. If you live in this life, you're gonna come back to prison or die. Those are the two options, but I would support him today because he is serving flat sentence.
Okay, thank you. So I had mental health, consumption of alcohol, halfway house.
That's what I have.
Okay. So in the case of Yaha Quawi, inmate number 162430, there's motion to grant discretionary parole on or after March 21st, 2025 with the following condition. No consumption of alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and release to a halfway house. And these are in addition to standard parole conditions. Do I, anything else?
Can we confirm that date? Did you say March 17th?
Oh,
March 17th, yes.
okay. So it's March 17, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So, Mr. Qawi,
Yes, ma'am.
you heard it.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
heard it from Ms. Berry, myself, and Mr. Sadowskis. So if anything we say don't register to you, you know where you'll end up being again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So go
Yes, ma'am.
out and continue with the path that you say you're on, with, the changes that you have discovered within yourself and what it is you need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck.
Mr. Qawi,
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing to what the chair just said to you. You're still in that tier 2 program, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You need to finish that program. And if you receive any disciplinary infractions, because you're not eligible for parole until March, so you're not going to be released before then. So if you get any disciplinary infractions, that date is going to be rescinded and you'll have to come back before us. So, you need to make better choices, sir. Finish that program.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
and write out a release plan for what you're gonna do when it's time for you to go out in the community.
Okay,
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
all right, thank you.
This one was the hearings for Yaha Quawi, inmate number 162.
417.
So,
Lee, just give us 1 second, okay?
yes, ma'am.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, November 6th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Berry.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Henry Lee, 394442.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Henry Lee, inmate number 394442. He is serving a sentence of 30 years, execution suspended after 12 years and 9 months, 5 years probation, larceny third, attempt at burglary third, home invasion, robbery first, and burglary first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 11, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Mr. Lee has completed good intention bad choices, voices, financial literacy 2, speechcraft, rage advance, credit awareness, knowing your triggers, poetry emotion, incarcerated to incorporated, motivation for life, both silent silence, guardian, and art therapy. Lee is currently in the second chance program and is employed with telling the histories and whatever. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the employee overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivist. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should return to work. You may begin, Mr. Lee.
All right. Well, I have a letter prepared, if I can read it, please. Good morning. I would like to begin by saying thank you to the members of the parole board. I am truly grateful for this opportunity so that I may express both my deepest regret for my shameful actions on the night of April 7, 2013, and also how I have committed to a life of change and giving back to my community. First and foremost, I would like to give my sincerest apology to Peter Brown, who I forever changed that night. The fear, pain, and trauma I put you through was unacceptable and inexcusable. I took the place where you should feel safest, and I violated it. At the time, I truly didn't understand the severity of what took place on that life-changing night. Because of the man I worked so hard to become today, I now understand the pain I've caused and the role I played. Please know that I carry this guilt with me as I move through the world. I will continue to grow and educate myself to the furthest extent possible through self-reflection, therapy, and counseling in order to ensure that I have always remembered where I once was and the new and better path I am now on. I've struggled for many years with what I would say to you when given the opportunity to express my remorse. And after years of contemplation, I realized words alone would never convey to you how horrible I feel about that night. It should have never happened. I was 100% wrong, plain and simple. And I know that no matter how terrible I feel about that night, it pales in comparison to what you have gone through. I had no idea how my actions would affect so many people, including my own family. So to everyone affected by my bad decision-making, I am truly sorry from the bottom of my heart for all the ongoing suffering and trauma I have inflicted on you over these past years. And I pray that one day you all can find it in your hearts to forgive me for what I did. And after fully grasping the gravity of the decision I made that night, I have refused to let myself be defined for the rest of my life by the worst decision of my life. So I've spent the last 11 years working on myself from the inside out, working on my spirituality, character, work ethic, and belief in myself. I've completed programs such as Voices, which was very informational. In this program, I learned to redefine what a victim is and that there's more victims in my case than just the initial victim. I'm so sorry for putting not only Mr. Brown through that traumatic experience, but his family and his community as well. Because of the guilt I faced, I tried to pay it forward as much as possible by showing others how doing the right things can be more fruitful and beneficial in the long run, instead of trying to take shortcuts and doing the wrong things. I also did a program called Rage and Rage Advance, where I discovered more tools to help me find alternative ways to mediate violent situations. These groups have been the most influential and conducive as a collective to the future I have been preparing for over these past 11 years. With everything I've gone through in my life, I realize how important it is to have a mentor guide you through life, and I hope to become a mentor and inspiration to the young people throughout the community. I have maintained employment throughout the years. My last few jobs included working as a mechanic at Osborne Correctional for 4 years, where I fixed a variety of machines, from sewing machines to industrial cutting machines. I was a community detail worker where I worked for the Department of Administrative Services doing landscaping, facility resource management for state office buildings throughout the state, and disposal of state-owned fixtures and technology. And now I'm employed at Telling Industries. This current position is in the DOC work furlough program and reflects the DOC officials' trust that I have earned, enabling me to hold down a full-time job within the community. It is a responsibility I do not take lightly and helps pave the path to a successful and complete reentry into society. I have also been a resident of the Second Chance program here in Cybulski. This is a special selective therapeutic community within the facility where like-minded individuals work together with the staff to lift one another up and learn the values and characters necessary to make a better life for ourselves, our family, and our communities. This program has been instrumental in my journey toward redemption, and I am grateful to the Cybulski staff for allowing me a place in this privileged unit. I wholeheartedly believe that I will be an example that a person can change while in prison and come out a better individual. Not only will I be a law-abiding citizen, I plan on being an asset to my society with working at-risk youth. I want to be a part of the solution to stop violence in my community. I believe my experience, my journey, and all I've learned, applied, and utilized and achieved while incarcerated will give me the credibility to encourage at-risk youth to choose the right path. Transitioning back into society after being incarcerated for a long period of time could be a challenge, so I have been preparing. I have an amazing support system that I am willing to help me in every way possible. I feel being granted parole will allow me an early opportunity to show that I can be productive in society and not just while I'm incarcerated. Depending on when I'm released, I will begin this process as soon as possible. Due to my length of incarceration, I believe the structure of a stable household puts me in a position to transition back into society slowly, which will ultimately contribute to my future success. All these things, along with the realization that I did not want to leave prison being the same person I was when I came in, collectively played a role in creating the change I needed and helped mold me to the person I am today by changing the ways I think, carry, and conduct myself. I believe in studying my failures in search of knowledge that will lead me to success. This has been a blessing in disguise for me. It has given me a newfound appreciation for freedom. It has taught me the value of education and social skills. It has shown me the importance of patience, respect, humility, family, and even the law. I no longer carry false perceptions of pride and ego. I am against all acts of violence. I can assure you that I am far from the immature and impulsive person I once was. My value system has completely changed. I am fully committed to bettering myself and challenging myself outside these walls. I will continue to make positive strides towards success, helping my community by becoming a productive member of society. I would like to thank my support system, my parents, my siblings, and my girlfriend who have been there for me and will continue to be there as a constant reminder that I am not only living life for myself, but for others as well. Once again, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity. I have worked really hard to rehabilitate myself. I am truly sorry for the hurt I've caused. I wish I could change the actions and outcome of that life-altering night. You have my word that you will not regret your decision if you choose to grant me parole. All I need is one chance. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out, and I respect any decision you make. I sincerely thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for that opening statement. Did you write that by yourself?
I wrote it myself and I had somebody go over it with me.
And how long did it take you?
This was a couple of months, like 6 months altogether, trying to get this right.
Okay. Well, we appreciate it. And so
Thank
we're
you.
going to take turns to ask you questions.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I'm going to ask Mr. Vazquez to begin with questions.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Good. So, yeah, you did a good job on your opening statement. You answered a lot of questions and things that I wanted to learn more about you before we make a decision. One of the things that I heard you talk about was your work furlough job. Can you
Yes,
tell
sir.
me? Yeah, can you tell me a little bit more about that? How long have you been at that place, that work furlough job?
This work furlough job I just got about a month and a half ago.
Okay. Is it a paid position?
Yes.
So you receive regular pay. You work with other people that are not incarcerated,
Yes. Yes, sir.
and you're not supervised by DOC when you're there. You're by yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How's that been going?
It's been going great. I appreciate the opportunity, and it just shows like all the hard work I put to this moment paid off, and I appreciate Cybulski staff for helping me get in this position.
So what kind of work do you do? Like, what do you do when you go there?
We make metal frames and studs, tracks for the walls inside the wall. We make those, and then we just ship it out.
Okay. And have you thought about doing any of that kind of work when you get out?
Absolutely, I'm gonna stay with this job.
Are you going to stay with that job? Is it too far from where you're going to be at, do you think, or is it something that you can manage?
No, sir, it's about 15 minutes away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a good start, right? You're still in and you already have a job. So
Yes,
that's,
sir.
that's very good. That says a lot. People sometimes have a hard time finding employment. So you're in a good position just starting, you know what I mean? Now, we're going to go back a little bit in regards to your crime. All right. Sorry. It's just something that came up during your opening statement I wanted to know more about. But in regards to your home invasion, I read through, there's a lot of paperwork. As you can imagine, there are a lot of people involved in this. This is a very serious crime, as you stated.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't get a lot, you know what I mean? It's pretty serious, So, I read everything and I'm trying to understand, were you guys drinking and using marijuana before this happened? What was going on?
No, sir.
What was going
Honestly,
on leading up to this?
Honestly, it's something stupid and young that I did. I followed the wrong crowd, trying to fit in, thinking things were cool, and I didn't understand the severity of that crime and the consequences leading up to it. And honestly, the one thing I respect about doing voices is it taught me how committing a crime, it doesn't end that night. I always thought once you commit the crime, everything's gonna be over once. But I didn't know the victims can relive that moment every day for the rest of their life. And I was just stupid and foolish back then. I wish I could tell myself back then now, like, don't do it and been a leader instead of a follower.
Okay. And then speaking of voices, I mean, how do you think, your actions have impacted other people? Obviously, the victim in this case is clearly impacted,
Yes.
right? But what do you think happened with the neighbors when they heard what happened?
I know the neighbors and community were probably afraid too, like, oh, it could have been them.
Or you're going to come back, right? Because they didn't catch you, right?
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
You think that all these people probably put security cameras and lights, and they organized a neighborhood watch, all kinds of things, probably, right?
They did things that they shouldn't have to do.
Yeah.
It just, and like I said, I regret that decision so much. And I just really wish I was a leader back then.
Okay. I mean, you guys were masked and there were different roles that took place, and it's trying to understand who did what was a little bit unclear at times. I'm reading different people's versions of what took place,
Yeah.
There was someone that was apologizing to the victim during this incident. Do you remember that?
I honestly think that was Trayvon Dunning.
Okay. And do you know who it was that went to the ATM? Do you remember who that was?
I went to the ATM.
So you left and
Yes,
went
sir.
to the ATM. In his car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then who had the gun?
It was a fake gun, and Andre Wright had a fake gun.
So you were never pointing a gun at this gentleman?
I never did, no, sir.
Just wanted to understand that I understood the roles correctly and who was taking part, because you were all masked and there was some confusion as to, in some of the stories, as to who was doing what. So where did you guys get this fake gun from? I mean, did they ever recover that?
I don't think so. It was a BB gun.
All right, so it was actually, I mean, it was some kind of a gun. I mean, do you think that the
Yes,
victim,
sir.
do you think the victim believed that was a actual firearm that he could be killed with? Did you think that?
Absolutely, I believe he thought that.
Okay. So let's get back to you've done a lot of programs since you've been incarcerated. And you talked a lot about some of that during your opening statement. What I want to hear more about is like how you think you've changed from the person you were riding around with those two in the car to what you've got going on now in your life. What's that change look like?
Well, I know before 11 years ago, I just wanted to fit in, and thinking if I was around the wrong crowd, doing stupid and different foolish things, that was the right thing to do and cool. And, you know, I didn't want to look just like, how do you say it? I don't want to look like uncool. So, but now, as I've been in these prison for the last 11 years, it helped me become my own man. And I learned that I can create my own path, and I can have other people follow behind me and doing the right things and showing that if you do the right thing, work hard, it will pay off, and it will be more beneficial for you instead of doing the wrong thing, trying to take shortcuts and trying to like harm others, whether it's a physical way, emotional, or mentally. That's not the way you want to do things. I just learned how to take accountability, and I know how to hold someone else accountable now too. I know how to stay away from negative things and tell people if you're doing anything negative or talking negative, don't do it around me because I don't want no parts of that. I'm not interested in hearing that. And that's one thing I learned in here too. When I learned I grew because I was, you know, I used to like hearing certain stories, but lately, for the last few years, I'll tell guys, yo, stay away from me if you're talking anything negative. I don't want to hear nothing about that. I just wanted to try to become a better version of myself. I'm trying to make a life for myself. I want to somehow help the community and uplift the community however I can. And I especially want to help the young generations stay away from prison, right? Do the right thing.
Okay. You know, speaking about people talking negative around you and moving away from out of conversations where people start talking about things that you don't agree with, it sounds like that this crime, was hatched probably while you met these two guys incarcerated years ago, and it was some discussion.
Yes,
yeah. So, have you talked to your co-defendants?
No, sir.
Never seen them again
No.
incarcerated? And
Not at all.
do you know if they're in jail, out of jail? Do you know anything?
Last I heard, I know Trayvon, they say he was home, and I don't know nothing about Andre.
Who says that? Your family, friends? Like, how do you know what's going
My
on?
sister told me years ago that Trayvon Dunny went home. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Do you plan on having contact with these people at all?
No, sir, not at all.
All right. It's important, just like you're doing while you're incarcerated, that people are having these kind of conversations, hatching these plans and all this stuff. You have to immediately get yourself out of that situation, you know what I mean, before anything, that talk even starts, you understand? So,
Yes, sir.
you know, having contact with these people, even through your sister or other people, it's not a good idea, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let them do what they're doing, and you move forward in a positive way with the things that you're talking about, with what you're doing.
Trust me, sir. I know all the hard work I put in, and I'm not trying to go back to no negative influence or nothing like that. I'd be a fool to.
Okay. You know, it sounds like you got a job, and where will you be living when you're released? What's your living situation you anticipate being like?
I mean, I have my mom I will stay with.
Yeah. And what does she say about you staying there? Is she okay with that?
Yes, sir, she is.
Okay. And what's the situation with your driver's license? I mean, it's been a long
It's
time.
suspended. No, it's expired. I have to renew it.
So you had a valid driver's license at one time,
Yes, sir.
and then you believe right now it's just expired.
Yes, sir.
There may be a situation because it's been so long that you have to reapply. So just you're gonna have to figure it out when you get to that point, when you get to that stage. You know what I mean?
I don't mind that, sir.
So how will you get back and forth from work? Have you thought about that if you're not able to drive?
Yes, sir. I would have my mom or my brother take me, or I'll take the city bus if I have to.
Okay. And your mother is okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Did you say your brother?
Yes, sir, I did.
How old is he?
He is 29.
Okay. And how is he done? Is he doing
Oh,
well?
he's doing, yes, sir. He's a former Marine and now he's working like for the oil company.
Okay. Sounds like he could be someone that could be a strong support for you and help you. If he's got his
Absolutely.
situation. Yeah. He lives with your mother or he lives somewhere else?
He stays with my mom.
He does. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I read some things about your father in a different situation, things that were going on. Is he live near you where you're going to be at? Do you stay in touch with your father?
No, sir, I do not.
No? Okay. All right. I think those are all the questions I have, sir. I'm going to pass it along to the chairperson and they could ask you some more questions, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mayor, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Lee, I commend you on your efforts to rehabilitate yourself. You really do sound good here today. You've done well in the facility, one disciplinary infraction, and I don't know how many years. And you really have taken some positive programs, and it sounds as if you benefited from participating in those programs. It's my understanding
Yes,
that you a sentence modification last year. Under what grounds
Yes, ma'am.
were you into that modification?
Just under the grounds of doing exemplary work and doing a good job. That's what I try to go under.
And so your sentence originally was 14 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did they take off your sentence?
15 months.
And how did you feel about that? Were you proud of yourself that you were able to accomplish that?
Yes, ma'am, I was. It just, shows that consistency and hard work really paid off. And, just doing the right thing, staying away from negative.
These crimes are really serious, and I know you know why, because, home invasions, it was changed everyone's lives, and all the laws and everything was changed because of Cheshire. And I'm happy that you received this sentence and you were able to learn from your actions, because going home, especially when it's dark, and you guys, who turned off all the man's lights so that he couldn't even see you guys really plotted and planned to get this man, oh, you got a big house kind of thing. So it was very concerning. So I'm happy that you're done with that lifestyle. And I just want you to know, when my colleague asked you about your co-defendants, Andre, Mr. White, is doing very well. He's still incarcerated. He's not done until 2030, but he too received the commutation. Well, you got a modification. He received the commutation on his sentence because his sentence was long. His sentence was long. He got 20 years. And why didn't he get 20 and you get 14?
Because he went to trial.
Yeah. Okay. And what about Mr. Dunning? So Mr. Dunning just got 7 years. Why did he get the least amount of time?
Because he cooperated from day one.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. And so they offered you this 14 years and you said, I take it?
I took the 14 years.
And had they offered you anything else for that?
It was 20 years, 17 years, and then 14 years with the final offer.
Well, you know, you certainly, well, Mr. Dunning, just so that you know, he really has struggled. But he's out there right now and he's doing okay. But Mr. White, really has taken advantage of this time as well. He's doing exemplary work as well. And just think about the way that you two met in prison and, you know, cahooted to come up with this robbery or whatever it is that you guys were going to do. Just imagine if the two of you got together when you're outside of those prison walls and tried to come up with some sort of reform program to prevent other people from doing something like this, you know?
I think that, you know, like, obviously being in here is not something that you want to say, I want to be in prison for 10, 15 years, but you learn from this and you can't help the generation out there how to avoid this because you have that experience.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to listen to me. They don't care about me. I've never been in prison, you know, they don't care what I have to say. I can try to encourage them, but you have that lived experience, unfortunately. But
Yes, ma'am.
that negative for good. So I commend you on your efforts, sir. I would support your discretionary parole here today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Lee, I'm just curious about something. Who
Yes, ma'am.
found the guns and the shots put in the guns, the two long guns that were found?
That I was out getting the ATM machine at the time, so it was either Trayvon or Andre.
Oh, so you don't know which one did?
That I don't know exactly who found it.
And, the amount of money that goes with the items that were stolen, were any of you required to pay back?
No, ma'am, not that I know. I don't have to. I don't know about the other two.
All right, well, you have certainly done well where you are. So you do have family support. And I do know where the Stelling Industries is, and it's not far from East Hartford where your mom lives. So public transportation is there in case your mother or your brother cannot take you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right, we're going to deliberate on the record now and then let you have our decision.
Thank you.
So Mr. Lee has done very well and has taken lots of programs beyond what has been asked of him. He's been granted work furlough and is working out in the community, coming back, and appears to be doing well. He's expressed his remorse and apologized to the victim and has taken accountability for his regrettable actions on that day. He was able to express the change that's taken place in him over the many years that he's been incarcerated, along with his solid release plan. And based on all of those things, I'm in favor of granting him parole today.
Okay, so I have 3 victims and 3 co-defendants, and I had no driving without Peel's permission.
That's exactly what I have.
Anything else? Okay, and it's 4/11/25. Yeah. Okay. In the case of Henry Lee, inmate number 394442, there is motion to grant discretionary parole on or after April 11, 2025, with the following conditions: no contact with victim WH, EY, and PB. No contact with your co-defendants, Andre White, Trayvon Dunning, and Tulo Velez Escobar. No driving without parole officer's permission. And that's in addition to standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion granted. So, Mr. Lee, it's an
Yes, ma'am.
85% date. That's the earliest date that you can go out on.
Thank
Okay?
you, ma'am.
All right. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys for the opportunity.
Good luck.
And have a good day.
This concludes the hearing for Mr. Lee, made on 394-442.
Program.
I got that too.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez, Sergeant Major of 2024, and this is hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and I stating their names on the record, certifying that all statutorily required documents and available information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Berry.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Arthur Hall. My inmate number is 145-482.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Arthur Hall, inmate number 145-482. He is serving a sentence of 3 years and 6 months with 5 years probation for possession of consent to sell, assault third, and 2 counts of violation of probation with underlying offenses of criminal possession of a pistol, and 2 counts of possession with intent. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 22nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an accountability plan for the offender. For all has been paid, the driver's chairman is attending NAAA and is in the methadone program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Hall.
Yes. Excuse me, what was the last question, ma'am?
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, first and foremost is my health is not getting no better. I found out my kidneys is failing me, and I believe I truly have an understanding of this addiction that's been controlling my life for the last 35 years. You know, when I came in this time, like the last time, I was with a negative state of mind. Once I got here and got hooked up with the program and understanding this disease, it's been helping me. I mean, literally every day I've been feeling this, you know, better and better. My relationship with my support team has been getting better. My mother, my sister, my kids, and my grandkids, which I haven't had in my life for some time. Other than that, I have a job also awaiting me out there doing landscaping and, you know, shoveling when it get cold with a friend of my sister's who hired me in the past when I was in the halfway house, want me to come back and work since I have changed my life back. But
And my mother is not doing too well. She's 75 years old. She had the virus and she just had a hip replacement. And I know that she needs me and I need to be out there before I end up losing her while I'm in here if I keep repeating this way of life that I've been repeating the last 35 years. I just had enough. I wasn't ready to retire this number. I mean, it's just been wearing me down. I've been self-killing myself. You know, by using and doing the things I've been doing, I'm just tired. I can't do it no more.
Okay, Mr. Hall, thank you for your opening comments. We're each going to take turn to ask you questions, and once we're done, we'll deliberate on the record. Ms. Berry will begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hall, you were already out there on probation when you committed this current offense. And if my memory serves me correctly, you punched your cousin in the face and he fractured his orbital bone and his sinuses, his maxillary sinuses. Is that right? Now tell us why you hit him like that.
I was living with him, me and my fiance. We was living with him, and he had taken my things repeatedly. I had shared it with my probation officer. Then he done it again, and at this time, I was seeking another place to live, another change of address. But at the time, when I stated it to him, he got very nasty with me, and started poking in my face, and we got into it. Once that happened, I rushed myself over to his mother's house and explained the situation to her, and she was telling me that he needs help. He's on drugs bad, which, don't get me wrong, I was like no different, but I didn't act out in those type of manners as far as stealing from home and my family and things of that nature. But at the same token, like I said, we got into a physical confrontation, and as that occurred, I guess that was the outcome, and that's what happened, man. It wasn't no proper thinking. Yeah, I just didn't think it all. Even by me putting my hands on him, at the end of the day, it wasn't going to return my goods and everything else. I should have probably thought it out a little bit better,
A little bit better. Absolutely right. And so so that happened in August of 22, right?
Yes.
And so you were still out in the community and they violated your probation in that October, if I'm not mistaken. And then, so when were you actually arrested?
Excuse me?
When were you actually arrested? What day did they have you in custody?
The day after, I believe, Mother's Day.
2023?
Yes, I'm not mistaken, yes.
And so when you came in after Mother's Day, you tried to smuggle drugs into the prison?
Well, I was inside the bullpen, and a friend of mine had some drugs, and I was sick at the time. He told me to help him, and he'll be able to help me. And my addiction allowed me to try to help him, and I try to fix my addiction. Once again, not in the right state of mind, being all sick and everything. And it was God's work. It wasn't meant to happen. And when I did get in the facility, the doctors in them there sent me to the hospital. They sent me back and found treatment for me. And ever since then,
you've been back.
I've been going, yes, and I've been going to meetings and also been studying about the drugs,
That's good. That's good. How many treatment programs do you think you participated in, Mr. Hall?
In the past?
In the past.
I can say, well, I know I'm gonna give or take probably about six or seven.
Any inpatient program?
Yes, there were like 3 to 5 day programs just to get clean. Then the last time I went to a 45-day program at Daytop in New Haven here.
And so how does one go through a program intensive? That's my understanding of it. The intensive inpatient treatment where you're sober for almost 2 months And then what happens that one picks back up after getting off of it, going through the withdrawals, all of that. And I know that takes a toll on the body.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, I know what played a major part in my life. I can speak for me and other addicts, I'm quite sure, because the disease is what it is. A lot of times it's the Qawi that surrounds me, you know what I'm saying, when I'm in there, and being able to say no today, you know what I'm saying? I mean, literally in the right state, in the right frame of mind, because when it's in front of me, I don't care what's what. And when you have your negative state of mind and you still have self-reservations, we seem to pick up, you know what I mean? And I'm always thinking that.
Mr. Hall, I think that we're all pretty familiar with prison life. And we recognize that you're in a controlled environment, but we also know that there are illegal substances in that prison. And you're able to refrain from using inside. So why can't you carry that mentality to the outside? I mean, you've been in prison. Go ahead.
Because you know what? I didn't really listen to my mother and my sister. My mother's been clean 35 years. So you know what? That's the best role model I can see in anyone. If she can do it, I can do it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, when I figure I can come out and go through the old neighborhoods that I once been in and, go meet and greet and things of that nature and see other people, it starts to weaken me. You know what I mean? So it's
so that becomes the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same things over and over, expecting a different outcome. Because here's the thing, I showed my records indicate that your very first conviction was back in 1986.
Yeah.
It's almost 2026.
I just told you it's getting very old. And I would hate
years.
Yeah, and my mother's damn near 80. I know I would hate to get a phone call here saying that I lost her. Because she's the closest thing to me, and like I said,
how about your 80-year-old mother getting a call that she lost her son because he can't stop using drugs?
Number one thing, you're right. And you know what? This incarceration, I done lost more friends that I once knew than ever. You know what I mean? And this is the first time for me personally.
That's what happens, though. Listen, you go to jail or you die. You think you may get away with it for a little while.
There's no alternative. You're absolutely right. And you know what? God has blessed me to still carry out his will, because this is a blessing being here at this time, to be honest with you, to be able to get clean and share with you. Because like I said, most of my friends are dying now. Yeah. You know what I mean? I've started to learn about this fentanyl and everything else. I mean, I don't want to go back.
Well, we don't want you to go back either. You see, those prisons are full in there. And, when people commit crimes because of their addiction, it's sad, because I mean, we understand the toll that it takes on one's lives and the things that you lose out on because of it. And if it were that easy to just say, I'm done with it and be done, then those prisons would be halfway empty. And so I'm hoping that, you're starting to get a handle on this and realize that at 55 years old, your days are numbered, if you continue to put that poison in your life, in your body. So here's the thing, Mr. You sound positive. It sounds as if the medicated assistance program that's helping you with your urges and all of those things. But I personally would not feel comfortable putting you out to parole or voting in favor of your parole, because you have not completed an addiction services program. And while you're in there, give me one more second. And the thing is that you've been out in the community. They've given you 18 opportunities out in the community to be supervised. Do you know that? 18 total. That's how many of those. Yeah. That's how many of those you've completed successfully.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how many.
Excuse me?
That's how many of those you completed. Guess. Take a wild guess. 18 times. 18 times you've been given that opportunity. How many times do you think you completed your supervision successfully?
You know what, probably not even 3 or 4.
You're close. You're absolutely right. You finished one of them because you only had a few months, like you were only out for, a couple of months. So you're right on target. Five. We have
Right.
5 of them.
And the last one, before I had the altercation with my cousin, I gave 9 clean urines and I was doing good on probation. I think I was like 2 months away from being heard for a hearing. My probation officer was telling me.
Well, but you weren't doing good out there anyway. No. Well, I mean, on the 21st, you hit your girlfriend in the back of the head, causing her to fall, and then you started your probation in 21 September of that year. Then you failed to report. It was starting to teeter totter, but you tried, but you have some more work to do on yourself, Mr. Hall, to prove yourself because your track record is so, you've done so poorly in the past.
Right.
And you are on probation.
Ma'am, since I've been here, I've been keeping myself busy working and going to the meetings that they have here. But outside of that, I signed up for Voices, which I have a receipt that they gave me back, my request back, stating that they're aware of where I'm at and when I was going to parole, that the next time I hear from them that I'll get a request stating when orientation is. And right.
So what's the good thing about today, Mr. Hall, is that once you've seen us, we have a little favor with the people in those prisons where we can say, can you please put Mr. Hall in the next, tier group or whatever the case may be. And sometimes they listen to us and sometimes they don't. Most of the time they do though. So this can be a good thing. You can get some of the help that you need, participate in some positive programs. And if my colleagues see fit, have you come back, in a little while. You still have 5 years of probation to follow your sentence. So regardless of whether or not you're granted parole, you'll still have the support of probation. Now, what you do with that is up to you. You can squander the opportunity to get the help that you need, or you can go out back in there and do what you need to do to come out stronger and healthier. So, I appreciate our discussion, Mr. Hall, and I am all set with my questions, Madam Chair.
Yes, I don't have any questions except to say, Mr. Hall, I'm not sure whether you need an anger management program. You can't just go around hitting people. And you've done it to your ex-girlfriend and you did it to your cousin.
Right, I had a cognitive thinking that teach me a whole lot how to channel my behavior now. I mean, I do need to think about my choices. No one's going to deal with them more than I am when I make those negative choices I'm aware of today. So I know that sometime, and life is mysterious. We don't never know what's ahead of us or when it's ahead of us, but we have full control over the decisions that we have to make. And I realized that today, and some of them may not be to my liking, but I have to control my behavior and, even the profanity or whatever that comes upon me, and probably have to turn away and breathe and get a little bit of time in between the situation that it is at the moment. You know what I mean? So I can make the right choice, because my aunt's always told me the biggest choice you're going to make is the choice when you're alone. So I'm really going to have to weigh my options and, think about it, especially when I know that it's taking me upstairs where I'm getting upset. I need to probably cut it right there and then before it gets worse or separate myself.
All right. Thank you. I'm all set.
Yeah.
Mrs. Stabowski?
Yeah, sir. My colleagues have asked most of the questions. I just wanted to make a comment, was that in your opening statement, you talked about your health and you're concerned about your mother and some of the other things with your family, but you didn't mention, I didn't hear an apology from you. I did hear later you take accountability for your actions, but during that time, you should have taken an opportunity to apologize. You've affected these people by assaulting them. You know what I mean? So, and one of these are people that are close to you and your family and your girlfriend. And, Yeah, so their lives have been changed, you know what I mean? One of the people has like a
Spoke to
medical
my
problem.
cousin.
Yeah,
I spoke to my cousin since then. He even wrote a letter when I went to court that he
Okay.
didn't want me to have no jail time. He wanted me to get help with my addiction and so forth. You know what I mean? Even him himself, he's away getting the help now, where he would have been here at the board or wrote a letter for this. He's getting help now. But on the flip side, you're absolutely right. And my girlfriend, I don't no longer deal with her anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, we don't have no dealings. And I was told my last release to stay away from her, and I never even called or talked to. You know, it just wasn't good. It wasn't working with the two of us and so forth. Stay away from her, you know.
but
It was
we
a
all
life
are,
experience.
we all are gonna disagree with people in life and have conflicts, and we need to find a way to resolve them without punching someone in the face. I mean, you're not a young
Right.
man, you know what I mean? You're 55
Absolutely.
years old, right? Yeah, that's not acceptable behavior. You sound like you understand that. I hear some of the change in your
Right.
voice, and yeah, I'm gonna turn it back.
back.
Yeah, I'm in line with what my colleagues are thinking, and I'm gonna turn it back over to the chairwoman. We're gonna go from there.
Okay,
Thank you.
we're gonna deliberate on the record. You can listen and not say anything.
So Madam Chair, so as I said to Mr. Hall, I would not support his discretion today. I would deny him and have him come back. He's not eligible for parole until January of next year. However, given his poor history, this offense being committed while he was on probation, and you know, he sounds like he's getting stronger and stronger every day. He's done, according to my records, in an estimated date is August of 26. So I would have him come back in August of 25, give him that year on discretionary parole if he's granted and he's able to complete and stay clean in there. And then, you know, make sure he says he's doing the NA and AA, he's working diligently, he's in the right program, he just needs to get some more things under his belt, because I heard him talk about his mother. That's even more incentive. Well, I would even be willing to do July. That way, it's just 5 months, 6 months off of his original date.
I would like to see him doing anger management.
Yep, anger management. He needs a tier. He can do voices. He says he's on the list. Like, there's so many things for him to do that he can get involved in. So, and that will give him plenty of time to do the programs.
So leave it at August.
I would say August.
Yeah. Okay. How about you?
Yeah, I agree with all those things. He has a 4 on his DOC drug and alcohol
Right.
score, and I know he's been in treatment in the past, but he's not been during this incarceration. And I don't think that we would be doing him any service if we didn't allow him to complete that program.
Right. So I have inadequate institution program participation and inadequate release plan because, you know, he needs to do the program.
I
And
don't
then,
have it. I did have it, the programs. I did have that. I did have on probation, and his criminal history is very extremely concerning.
Yeah, so
yeah, but those things don't really
Yeah, they're not going to
change.
but he needs to take the programs for sure.
That's the program. So I would do the current offense on probation
Okay.
and the inadequate program participation. And then have him do addiction services, anger management and voices.
Yeah.
Okay. In the case of Arthur Hall, inmate number 145482, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole due to current offense committed while on probation and inadequate institutional program participation. We are giving Mr. Hall a rehear date of August 2025 with the recommendation to complete an addiction services program, anger management, and voices. Do I have a second?
There is a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Any other positive program?
Any other, and no disciplinary reports.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, thank
The
you.
hearing for inmate Morning, my name is Paul Officer Martinez. I is running on this case. I'm the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available current information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Berry.
Robert
Good
Sazowski.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
State your name and inmate number for the record.
Angel Vargas, 109979.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Angel Vargas, inmate number 109979. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail, criminal possession of pistol and possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 7th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Vargas has completed voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin. This is your opportunity to tell the board why you should be granted parole.
Well, I don't feel like entitlement is any reason to feel like I've earned parole because I committed a crime. At the end of the day, I feel like, in committing a crime, I should be punished, and I would like the opportunity to try to get my life back on track and put everything back into perspective. Life hasn't been easy. There's no excuses. I'm not too much in for excuses, but I would like the opportunity to try to get my life back in order. At my age, I don't have much time left, and I know I messed up, and I know that this has saved me from a lot of other, worship outlook, and I know that I can do better. And in my past, I've tried, but ever since my mother died in 2020, I've found myself into this abyss and trying to get out of, but I know that given the opportunity that I can get my life back in order.
Okay, Mr. Vargas, I appreciate those opening comments. So we're going to take turns to ask you questions, and then when we are finished, we will deliberate and give you our decision today, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm going to start with the questions. So in your opening comments, Mr. Barber, you said you committed a crime and should be punished. So you have committed several serious crimes. So which one in particular are you referring to?
Just recently, the crime, carrying a pistol is a very serious crime. Selling drugs is no future. There's no, all of it, selling drugs and carrying a pistol is very serious offenses. So, I take full responsibility for my actions on all of them.
And, in addition to selling drugs and being in possession of a pistol, you also completed 14 years under the feds for, you know, possession of pistol and selling drugs. So when, no, your federal crime was for possession of the pistols.
Yes, one pistol. I got 18. I got 15 years for carrying a pistol. Yes, ma'am.
Right. So, and you have an extensive criminal history. And in fact, it goes back to 1986. So you have like a 37-year criminal history.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's more than one. You have 3 federal charges for weapon possession. And you see what weapons are doing today in our society. You were not working when you were arrested. And you were not working because, you know, you were selling drugs. So when does it stop, Mr. Vargas?
Well, I came home in 2016 for the federal charges. I did 14 years and I was doing pretty good. I had a job and I was working before that. And then, as I said, my mother passed away. I was very close to my mother. My mother was my whole life. And in her passing away, I kind of lost focus and started going back into the criminal lifestyle.
How long ago was that? How long ago did your mom die?
My mother died in 2020, ma'am.
Right. So that was 4 years ago. And at that time, you were 55 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
Every one of us loses someone in our lives. I certainly don't go selling drugs, having guns, and doing all of that because, you know, my grandmother, who I love very dearly, died. And you were 55 years old at the time, Mr. Vargas. So what is it about guns why you always feel the need to have them when you know they're so dangerous?
Well, the lifestyle I've lived, as you can see, you know, leads you to believe that is a safe way to live. But I'm not using the excuse of my mother passing away. I'm just, you know, explaining what happened. There is no excuse. You shouldn't really, at my age, at 55, I shouldn't believe that I needed a gun. But the lifestyle I was living at the time and lifestyles before that, I've always lived that life. And life on the streets is dangerous. So, as I said, no excuse for, I don't know, carrying a pistol or for selling drugs. But
so, Mr. Vargas, the streets are dangerous. Should all of us in here go out and get guns?
No, none at all.
So what's the real need that you feel you have to have guns?
Well, with all due respect, the lifestyle that you guys, I'm sure, lead is no reason for you to have a gun. The lifestyle that I've been living on the streets, homeless, you know, I believe that you feel more, I believe that I felt more safer carrying a pistol. As you can see the things that are happening, I carried a pistol, but I didn't use it to harm anybody. It was just more for safety reasons, but it's still no excuse. I don't believe that is, you know, there's no reason for that. There's none at all, but I did it, and now I'm in front of you and I'm paying the consequences for my actions, and I have no excuses. I'm not going to sit here and give you an excuse and tell you why and you know the reasons of it, because violence solves nothing. And at my age, I know that I'm better than most, but I continue to carry guns. And I have
So
no
what is it
excuse.
that you need that's going to help you or make you realize that you shouldn't be carrying guns?
I haven't figured that out, man. If I did, then I wouldn't be sitting in front of you guys now. But yeah, I haven't figured that out yet.
Okay, so you completed the Voices. Did the Voices program help you to figure anything out?
Sure, it helped me in a lot of ways. It helped me to look at, you know, the other side of people in, you know, the victim side. It helped me to realize that violence, you know, doesn't solve anything. It just makes things worse. Even though I didn't use the gun, it still might have scared people. It still, and that has an effect on, you know, the bearing on my actions. It's helped me to look within, to know that the lifestyle I've been living is not productive in any kind of way. And you know, as I've gotten older and I'm getting older, you know, I'm almost 60 now, and I have no more chances left. And if I don't get it right today or during this time of incarceration, then when will I?
Well, how are you going to get it together? What kind of lifestyle do you think you need in order to stay on the straight and narrow, where you're not going to sell drugs, you're not going to poison people in the community, you're not going to walk around with guns and scare people, and that's a public safety issue? Because every day before I come to work, I hear on the news about people in different places that's been shot. Okay, and you have been on this path for many, many years. So what is it that they can do to help to make you realize the danger that you're placing everybody else in?
The truth of the matter is, man, if I can't see the error of my ways, then how am I going to be helped by anybody else? I have to see that, me within myself. And if I don't, then there is no hope for me. I need to change my ways. I need to change my way of thinking. And if I don't do that, then no matter how much help you get from the outside, if you don't believe in changing and seeing that you're going about life the wrong way, then, you know,
do you
what's in the
want to
outside
change?
help help that?
Do you
I
want to
believe,
change?
yes, ma'am, I do. I'm tired of living this life. I'm tired of coming back to prison and you know, just.
So what is it that you want to do with your life? Exactly what do you want to do? If you say you want to change your life, okay? First of all,
Yes.
You've acknowledged that it's obvious you cannot do it on your own. So you need some kind of assistance. So what kind of assistance do you think is going to help to change your idea of trying to stay on the straight and narrow path and not have guns and not sell poison drugs?
I'm sure that counseling can help, you know, having a psychiatrist, maybe trying that route. Being positive and staying positive is a big thing. And once you start losing that hope, because hope is everything in life. And once you start losing that, then those are the things that have affected my ways. I believe that I want to help children. I want to be able to take some classes and become a counselor and helping children and young adults and not going the same route that I've taken. I have a lot to, impart to younger adults, and they seem to gravitate towards me, and I know that I can change, and that would make my life a lot better, because I see that, I can see that can help me in my self-esteem and drive a path into trying to change my life.
But I think what would be helpful to you is to speak to a counselor up there to find out what program would be appropriate to help you with that. Because for today, Mr. Vargas, I don't see releasing you out on parole when you don't even know, number one, what it is that you want to do. You took the Voices program, but you don't fully understand, the meaning of the Voices program. Or you may do, but you need to go a step further.
Well, I'm coming for you not to ask to be released to the streets. I want to be released to a halfway house. And then maybe in that halfway house, I can get counseling and I'll get a job, and I have a license. I have a driver's license that's valid today. I don't drink alcohol, and I'm not too much into drugs. So I know that I can change my ways, and I understand your reluctance and, giving me parole, but I would like to have a good, 9 months into a halfway house so I can at least establish myself in incriminates, not just to be released to the streets, because that's not going to help me in no kind of way. And I'm not asking to be released. I'm asking for, small steps into getting myself back into the community and trying to, better myself in that way, not just to be, let it loose.
So that's kind of a very difficult act, because you were given many opportunities out in the community and you failed 8 of them. You successfully completed 2 of them early on, but you failed the last 8 times. And not only did you fail, you were on, you not only did that, but you came back with new charges.
Yes, ma'am.
And these charges are pretty serious. Possession of weapon, unlawful possession of firearm, possession of firearm, possession of weapon. I mean, it just keeps going on and on and on, and it just keeps getting more serious. What would you do in a halfway house?
I would first off get a job and start counseling, like you said, ma'am. And
what kind of skills do you have? What kind of job would you look for?
Well, before my mother passed away, I had a job as flagging. I was a flagger for the New England Flagging Company. I've been a construction worker. I've worked in Chipotle, some restaurants, demolition. So I know that I can hold down a job, and I know that I'm not stupid.
Mr. Vargas, one of the things that I remember reading is that you said you were never a worker bee. You remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not a worker bee, but I know that there's no other way, because it's going to continue this, or am I going to be a worker bee in the future? I know that I can buckle down and work and maybe, become a productive citizen. I know that my heart wants to, and I know that I was given a big opportunity when I got arrested this time again. to turn it around.
Are you in communication with your 2 adult sons?
No, man.
Why not?
They don't want to. I've tried and tried and tried, and I'm not giving up today, but they refuse to recuperate. They refuse to talk to me.
Right.
And I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all because, you know, again, my lifestyle, and they feel like, you know, I let them down, and I have. I've never been a father to my sons, and I don't blame them at all. They have every right to feel the way they are feeling. But that does not stop me from continuing to reach out. But they refuse to acknowledge anything about me.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Vargas, I don't know what else I can say to you, because after reading that, you don't want to be a worker bee. Now I hear you saying, you know, you want to look for a job as a flagger with New England.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to work. I said in the past, I haven't been a worker bee. I've worked, you know, odd jobs here and there, but that's not reflecting my future. I was just being honest, brutally honest with the interrogate with the probation officer. I wasn't saying that I'm not willing to work in the future. I was saying that's my past. That's been my past.
Yeah, your track record is not good, Mr. Vargas. And as I said, you rate out very high.
Yes, ma'am.
But in any case, I have no further questions for you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Szyzowskis.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, sir. How you doing, Dave?
Good. Did you just change facilities? Did you move recently?
Yes, I was in Carl Robinson, and I moved from here to here.
Was that because of a disciplinary report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you just, this was, looks like October,
The
in
9th.
October. Yeah, exactly. What happened with this disciplinary report? It says that it's an assault on here, the paperwork I'm looking at.
Yeah, there's no excuse for it. I'm very ashamed of my actions. I'm too old to be thinking that violence can accomplish anything. But what happened was there was a guy living in front of me, and over there was real close. The bunks are very close together, and he kept talking about his crime, and I asked him not to do that. And I also asked to be moved to 50 and over. I haven't caught a ticket since 2002.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, you know, into tickets. I'm not into getting into trouble, but he kept talking about his crime, and I asked him, you know, politely not to do that, respectfully. You know, it's just not, I don't want to hear, you know, and he's living so close that, you know, he's talking to somebody else about it. I tried to ignore the situation, and he kept on like egging it, and there's no reason for, you know, I flicked his glasses off his face. That's an assault from my understanding, and I took the weight, and I pleaded guilty to it. There's no excuse. There's none. I haven't done anything like that in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no excuse, and I feel ashamed, very bad about it, but.
Yeah, it's not often that we see people that are your age that come in with tickets for this kind of thing. Do you understand? You've been around for a while, and you know, like, you know, people get those like when they first come in, you know, and they're trying to adjust to the lifestyle and living in that environment. But for someone with an extensive history like yours, and having been in the facilities a long period of time, at your age, to be in an assault situation is concerning. I mean, it's concerning. You know, something else that I was just going to talk to you about that I read in reading through the interview that you had with the parole officer was, you know, at one point she talked to you about, you know, how you would react to like difficulties out in the community. So, you know, everyone has setbacks, and we all face challenges in life and everything. So that's what she was getting at. And she was asking you about if you try to find a job and you didn't get one and you were having a hard time with that, what would you do, you know? So your response was, I might go back to selling drugs. What am I supposed to do? So that's not, obviously that's not the correct answer, sir. But I just want to give you the opportunity to like talk about what you think the right thing might be to do. If you're on parole and you can't find a job, you're having a hard time, what do you think you should do?
Well, obviously, I was just joking, saying that I was going to sell drugs because that's not, it's not feasible. But,
Yeah.
Some kind of assistance. Do something else that's going to prevent you from falling back into your old ways.
Parole officer, right? The parole officer would be a
Yes, talk to
person.
somebody to try to figure it out. Because like she said, the other lady, I forgot her name, but I got to figure it out because it's not looking good. And like she said, I'm coming across hot. And that's not good either, but.
So one of the things that we have, I know you said you were kind of joking, but one of the things that we have to determine is the fact that you're eligible for parole, and we have to sit here and read all these documents and interview you and then decide, if you're suitable. And so one of the things is like, has the person changed? And I'm searching through these papers and I'm listening to you and I'm having a hard time finding that because you were recently in an assault. And then during your interview, you said that if you had trouble, you go back to selling drugs. So those are just things that are concerning to me. I appreciate your explanation, and I thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to turn it back over to the chairperson of our committee.
Okay,
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair, thanks.
okay. So we are going to deliberate on the record. Mr. Vargas, you can listen but not say anything. So Mr. Vargas breaks out very high, very high. He has a 37-year criminal history. He has several charges for weapon possession, criminal possession, possession of pistol, however the different ways they term it. It's a gun charge. And he's been on this road and, did a 14-year federal sentence for possession of a pistol. I cannot imagine what one could do being in possession of one gun that you would serve 14 years for the federal government. But in any case, today he's here saying he hasn't figured out why he cannot get away from this lifestyle. That's concerning to me. And the fact that he once said that he did not have a job because of his criminal history, but in any case, he was never a worker bee. I wrote it exactly how it was in there. And then, as you stated, when the PO asked him the question about what he would do if he was unable to find employment, and his response was probably go back to selling drugs. So he has not been able to give me one reason today why I should deny and rehear, even give him another opportunity to come back. And so for me, it's a deny today for those reasons.
Yeah, I agree, Madam Chair. I just would add, in addition to that, this recent DR at his age, it's very concerning.
Ms. Mary?
I do not have him voted to parole either. His criminal history, like I see at least 5 different 6-weapon convictions.
So I think he will have to somehow stay there and try to get some assistance from EOC. So my reasons are criminal history and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yep.
He took the voices program and
Ticket.
For
then
institutional
for institutional adjustment. So those are the three.
Yeah.
In the case of Angel Vargas, inmate number 109979, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole due to criminal history, inadequate evidence of offender change, and poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Vargas, I'm sorry we could not help you today, but we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Inmate number 1009. Discretionary parole hearing for Cybulski on Monday, November 6th at 1:20.